Nashville, Tennessee, just a few hours ago. Four inches in 1 minute. Go subscribe to them. They're a good channel. All right, howdy folks, welcome back. Rough barbecuing weather. All right, howdy folks, welcome back. I told you I would be back. And I want to thank you all for taking some of your precious time to be here with this precious family. And some of you know how precious this family is. Now, let's get into today. I think I'm too zoomed in or something. That's all right. All right, so here we are, May 8th, 2024. And we'll just kind of let that loop play for a second. And, well, just take in what's going on there. A couple of full halos back to back, big blasts, all kinds of just mayhem. Actually, just bombarded. We have been bombarded by the sun. And when you see the other instruments in tonight's report, you'll see why I entitled this Bombarded. So, a lot going on, a lot to cover. So, we're going to dive on in, shall we? Okay, one more time. May 8th, 2024. Let me catch this opening frame here. Oh, got lucky. Adjust for the buttons. All right, it's pretty good. Brian, I'm glad I caught your channel. Oh, well, thank you. Thank you for uploading videos and stuff. Thank you for sharing. By the way, when you share this information, not only does it bless the person who gets to receive it, you are blessed for sharing it. You see how that works, right? Okay, we're going to get into this, though. All right, let me open up a soda here and get my own game ready here. All right, here we go. So opening frame 024, you can see this blast down here already underway, exiting the frame. Looks like we got something here, or maybe right here. It could be two. One right here with a little moon or something following it. But that's the opening frame. We can't back up anymore to really see that. So something else going on over here. You can make out the little V-shaped bow shock on the back side of this object. Pretty small. I would zoom in, but we got other stuff. So our spire region that I've been telling you, we still got something coming. All right. Note how over here these white streaks start to glow on each side around something, a magnetic field right here, and the little streaks are starting to form. So there's something going on up here. Meanwhile, we have this blast take off and start to go. Well, it's underway. Let's go right here. Come here, you. Slide this over. All right, see this little round black dot right there? Your little object right here. Okay, so there it is when it first interacted with the sun, and it's causing this blast. It's on the leading edge of this blast wave. All right, so as it came up, here it is right here. This is a ghost image, actually. So, whoa, it looks like there's multiple ghost images. The heck? Anyways, here you can clearly see it, though, all right, in the ghost image. So, whether it is or not, there in that frame, you can clearly see it. All right, so as we progress on out, let me scooch this down. I want to optimize our view here. So you can see it's on the leading edge of our blast wave right here. Okay, you can see the dent in the instrumentation, this little red hump right here, okay, that we're used to seeing. So our blast extenuates outward. Meanwhile, releasing what was going on over here at the same time. So, boom, boom, make out something else right there. Okay. And as all three of these explosions expand out, this one, that one, and this one, they all connect together to make a like a three-way type halo structure coming off the sun. And right up here is another little, there's your object right there. This is a good shot right here. Let's take that one right there. Zoom on into it. Okay. Let's, right there. You can see our core central object, and you can see the magnetic field that's around it, all right? When it blasts out, the plasma likes to ride on the, the magnetic field line of this object, and they have this bubble type effect around them because that plasma would have scattered all over the place if it wasn't held in place by a magnetic line. So there's your magnetic bubble type effect around it. Okay. Then I knew I'd lose that. Dang it. Come here. All right. I'm back over here. So continue outwards with that. And that's only our first blast. Note this next object right here sneaking on out there. Okay, another full halo effect. Central object, magnetic field. If you're seeing eyes and faces, it's because this is a spiritual event. What you see here, these celestial bodies are more than just that. Look at this hiding down here. See that? See it sneak through there? All right. Meanwhile, all the blatantly obvious ones, you know. And then this is another blast coming out of our spire region here. Right here. All right, right there. Looks to be another one right in here. Something going on right there, it looks like maybe. Or, ooh, what's that right there? Can you see that? Oh, well. It almost looks like it's hitting something bigger back here. There's almost a black circle right there. Yeah. Yeah. You see, oh, this is barely there, but you can see our bigger black object, the edge of it right in there. And the plasma's hitting it and going over this round structure, going past the edge right up here, past the edges, and then right there. That's your black round object. Here's the plasma streaming out, hitting it. Wow, that one was kind of hard to see there for a second. All right, and little trailing moons that go along with this bigger planetoid thing. Oop, right there kind of captures it the best. I wonder if we can go. Oh, but see, there it goes, going around the whole thing now. Let me back up a couple. Oh, come here, you. What the heck is that? A bug or something? All right. There it is right there, hiding in the background right here. And you can see the plasma stretching out to it. And when it hits it's a spheroid, so when it hits it, it makes an arc shape as it brushes over this. So there's your damage ring or your impact zone right there, going over this object and spreading out in a circular fashion as it goes over it. Ooh. What is that? There seem to be 3 little moons right here. You can see this one, that one. There's one right there. It almost seems like they have shadows casting back this way. I don't know. That's strange. And then this thing right here is smiling at you. Wow, what a capture right there, huh? What do you think, folks? All right, well, there's that event right there. You should come over to this instrument, mess around, zoom in on some of these. Well, for lack of a better term, spiritual events that are in there as well. All right, let's continue on there. So you can see it there moving on out. Boom, 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 boom. There it goes with all its trailing moons. And then over here, you can see this one. It's buried in the brightness of the plasma over here. So I'm going to zoom and go all over the place tonight. And you guys are going to be on a roller coaster ride with me. All right, there you go. You see that one right there? Pretty plain and clear. You can see all the plasma coming out and reaching. It's got a little, almost like a the blast wave that it rides. You can see the plasma on the magnetic line of the blast wave kind of there. Going on like this. Whoop. Come back here, you. Sorry to do that to you. You probably broke your neck, huh? Everybody's head swerved to the left really fast. So yeah, on this side you can see it a little bit better. All right, that was our last frame right there. So quite a bit of activity going on today, and we caught a big object in there too. Get this over, center it for you. Do all the good stuff. One last peek at that loop there before we go over to the other instrument. Yeah, quite a lot going on there. All right, where'd my pointer go? All right, let's dive on in over at Space Ham here. Get over here, or Solar Ham, Space Ham. All right, so here's tonight's thumbnail, and we have been bombarded. Look at this. Here, we're going to zoom in. We're going to look at it. One more. Thank you. Oh, good enough. All right, get up the wavy lines there. Okay, so where do I start? Ever since yesterday, we had these little X flares. We had this one, and then just all kinds of activity. I think we left off with these two right here. Now, this third X flare never got recorded until all this was over. It was a long duration X flare with a bunch of other stuff in it. Okay, see this? It went up, hit the X flare, but it kept flaring, as it was coming down. So until it finally hit here, that was a long duration X flare chock full of a bunch of stuff. So watch. This is amazing what's happening here. This is way, way out of line or out of the normal. As you can see, we had another here, and then this double little peak right there. You see there's a double peak. It peaked once and started to come down, peaked again really quick, and then tapered off. Now we got more activity going into tomorrow, and maybe we'll take a peek at that later. We got too much to cover tonight. See a peek at tomorrow. Fine. Let's go take a peek. Ooh, kind of wish I hadn't. All right, this is already, 22 frames into the ninth already. Look at that. Oh my gosh. So, our first frame right there. Look at that. Central object. You can see your nice bow shape right there. Let's go dance through this real closely. Hold on tight to me. There we go. Oh, there's clearly something bigger back here. Over here to the right. There's something going on way over there. Possibly out of frame, but can everybody see this one right here? Let's go. Boom, right there. And what looks like a little partner down below it too. What's funny to me, it must be hard for you guys. Everybody's so used to there only being our planets in the solar system. The thought of another celestial body is like outside the realm of logic or something to the rest of the world. How could it be outside the realm of logic when we're on a celestial body ourselves? There are other fellow celestial bodies rotating around our sun. Just because maybe you didn't hear about them all doesn't mean there aren't other celestial bodies out there. For people to just totally shut down and think, nope, there's no way, it's impossible because the media and the school told me. And then they erased one of the planets, and poor old Pluto no longer counts because, well, I don't know, he's politically incorrect, I guess. So, the concept of other planetoids or other objects, celestial bodies, that covers everything, other celestial bodies out there rotating or interacting with our sun, it's not really that far-fetched. Unless you think living on this earth is far-fetched. So, you see this full halo right here? Most likely heading at us. We got that big old nasty sunspot. We got so many sunspots, it's overwhelming. All right, so there's a little peek into tomorrow's right there. Now let's get back to the meat, shall we? There's all of this activity right there. Now, this X1 right here did not register until all this was done. So remember I was telling you there was an X1, there should be another X1 right here. Well, there would be if it wasn't for all the stuff until it finally registered way down here. So all of this was inside of that X, between this X flare right here and all the way down to the bottom of the green line. So a lot of M flares popped off before this X flare, this long duration X flare finished off. It was a long duration X flare filled with a bunch of M flares. If you can wrap your head around that. Okay. And this chart, that's why I like this chart with the colorization on it, because that colorization kind of gives you the visual of what I'm talking about. Everything in yellow is the X flare with a bunch of other stuff in between it before it finally finished off and came down below the sea floor here. Or the M floor, my bad. The M floor. Not the sea floor. We're talking it just came down below the M floor. See, all of that is above the M. So that's all X stuff. It's amazing what happened here. Oh, or I mean, all of this is M, not X. Everything above it. All right, let me pull back out of that. I get ahead of myself here a little bit. Boom. All right. Now, whoops, one more, Brian. Do it right. There we go. Now, one more thing I want to point out here. Notice our X flare potential is at 60% now. Over 50%. Our chances are better that we get an X flare than we don't. Okay? 60%. Is this camera focusing? Is this microphone on? Are you people conscious? Do you see this X flare potential at 60%? Okay, good. Because look at all these M flares. This is just today. Or, yeah. 24822133X 34X 714541867929. Then the X flare finally finishes off. And we finally have another M4. Okay, so this thing is just going to town. Over here, our lifted indices are off the charts. 227 right now. It's like right now we're cruising along at M1.1. Our base now is the M floor. Now the floor is the M floor. And we're hovering at the floor right now down at M1.1 with a 60% chance of X flares, 95% chance. You can change that to 100% chance M because we're way above M. Okay, so all these sunspots, ridiculous. Lifted indices. Here we have our geomagnetic forecast. The 9th, still nothing, but finally they got, stuff for the next couple of days here. They're calling for a G1 on the 10th and a G2 on the 11th. Watch those possibly jump to a 2 and a 3 because we've already seen a jump in one of our impacts already, and we'll get to that here in a minute too. Oh, that's good. You try to explain to people every day and show them. Oh, now you feel how futile it is and how hard it is sometimes, huh? Some people don't want to hear the truth. Anyways, a lot of activity, a lot of red on the screen there. All right. And it's all because of these two bad boys, 3663 and 3664. The 63 is finally waning now in energy, while the 64 is growing in intensity. All right. So let me come on over here. You can see right now, we're lucky. Our KP index is nice and low right now. We haven't taken on any of these CMEs, any radiation storms haven't, not much has impacted us lately. And you can tell by how light our auroras are. Okay. That's good. I would love to keep it that way. But unfortunately, we got inbound. So pull on up here, please. There. Now, before we go opening the tracker, let's just go ahead and pop open this article real quick. Let me take a sip. I'm on the frayed edge of exhaustion here, so get a sip. X flares just keep on coming. Big active sunspot region 64 flared again, this time with a double peak of X1s and an M9.8. The initial peak was at 2140, May 8th, and further update will be provided regarding a possible CME with the latest event. An additional flaring is likely at as the region remains magnetically complex. It's not a sunspot, it's a complex, kind of like that last one. Third halo CME. Third halo CME in orange. You guys see that? Hopefully that sinks in. Let that CME absorb into your brain. Updated coronagraph imagery following the latest flare event around 64 this evening is showing yet another halo mass ejection. This makes at least 3 plasma clouds or halos that appear to be Earth directed. 3 appear to be Earth directed. Scribble down 3 on your notepad. Okay, 3. The latest NOAA update shows that the first and second CMEs from earlier on Wednesday are expected to combine into one impact on May 10th. I repeat, updates show the first and second CMEs from earlier on Wednesday are expected to combine or cannibalize into one massive impact on the 10th. Wonderful. This third event may pass Earth as separate later impact, but perhaps some great news for Aurora Skywatchers. Skywalker. I'm the only Skywalker. All right, here we go. Oh, cool. First of all, this one, show us what you got there. Nothing? All right. Let's pop this one open because it's got something on it. So while we're waiting on that to load, I'd like to also thank you for practicing your patience. How's your step work going? Have you been working on yourself lately? That's good because with these things coming down the pike, you're going to need patience and tolerance. And please, Lord, Jesus, can we have the little spinny thing open this up? Okay, well, oh, there we go. I was just going to continue on with my lecture, but apparently they don't want to hear it, and they're like, no, here's your instrument, go ahead. I'm still waiting for the little circle thing. I don't know why it's taking so long. Maybe they got to make up some data for me real quick, huh? All right, well, since it's taken so long, maybe if I could back out of it or something, Lord. Thank you. We'll just leave it alone for right now. It's freeze framed on an impact. Basically, what all I wanted to show you was impact right here on Earth, and they're calling right at the 11th right here on this chart. So early on the 11th, they're expecting an impact, a pretty sharp spike right there on the spiral here. Why are you being weird with me? Open that up. Hang on, I'm trying one more time. I'm kind of tenacious, and I'll try it one more time. Come on, Lord. There we go. I'm like tenacity. I'm like a pit bull. I won't let go. All right, let's get it on. Oh, no wonder why they didn't want you to see that. I'm going to let that sit there and play a couple of times and let that soak in for you guys. I got to take a sip. Oh, God, give him strength. Oh. Okay. As you can see, brace for impact around the 11th. Okay, that's a double whammy. If you guys ever heard the term double whammy, look at that down below. All of these, every single one of them, just double whammy, very intense impact. Look at the on the side of this chart showing the 2040 or the 2060 100s. It's all the way up to the 100, right? The very peak of the chart. So that's a density chart right there. Here's the velocity. It's moving pretty fast. Your density is going to be maximum density. So that's going to be quite an impact. Like 2 X flares combining into one, boom. And that line went from white, usually white showing the intensity of the impact. It turned from white to black, which is another color of intensity that we rarely see on the chart. So watch as those two combine, form a white line that goes black. Oh boy. All right. So God, grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change and the courage to be able to back out of this and move on to the next one. All right, so we did some tracking. We found some stuff, didn't we? Also, right here, an asymmetric halo coronal mass ejection is confirmed following the X1 solar flare around 64 this morning. A passage past Earth is predicted for May 10th and into the 11th. All right. A minor G1. So it's, right on the cusp of the 10th, 11th change there. Okay. Minor G1 to G2 storm watch is officially added to NOAA's thing. That'll change, I bet. Aurora sky watchers. Oh, I bet you they're tickled pink. Watch them get fried by their eyeballs or something with massive amounts of radiation when it's too bright. Anyways, good shot here of Venus and Mercury, I think, here kind of passing the sun at the same time as we are, or in front of the camera. Also down here, second CME. Please note that a second, somewhat fainter halo CME is now emerging. In an updated coronagraph imagery, this looks to be the result of an M8.6 flare, which is no slouch either. It's not, not too shy of a X flare. This too could also deliver an impact later in the weekend. Also, this little article, a slow rising X flare, strong R3 radio blackout was observed around 64 in the southern hemisphere, peaking at 509, a type 2 radio emission with the estimated velocity of 1152. I think we did get that one. All right. CME Earth, the update, an Earth-directed CME is confirmed, okay? An Earth-directed CME is confirmed. So, it's not a what if or an and or but, it's confirmed. Brace for impact. Okay, there's going to be all kinds of side effects go along with it, and that's what this whole show is about, the side effects. Type 2, that's the Navy's way of saying a oh shit type event, okay? Sure, why not? Please, Lord, thank you. I forgot to pray before I did it. Okay, so cool little movie here. Everybody grab your popcorn. We're watching a Triple X movie. Not that kind. Take your mind out of the gutter. I'm talking about Triple X flares here. Oh, psychedelic, dude. That was like cool. Hey, could you get back to that one, man? Do that one again. Oh, that was cool, huh? Right in the middle, totally shoots right at us. Well, right. There we go. Yeah, that's definitely coming our way. Okay, and it was from that three-way split solar, or that three-way split thing that we saw there. Another article here, another X flare, an impulsive X1 solar flare was just detected around, of course, that one. The source of this latest X flare was once again, this one was 63. Okay, so that was the first one. Now nearing the northwest limb. So that one fired off earlier. We reported on that one last night, and then we had all the activity out of 64 today. Okay, very, very scary magnetic complex here It's more than a sunspot. It's a magnetic complex. And last night I showed you on the other instrument all the pluses and minuses there. I think we're done here. This will probably change a little bit, but everybody hold on. Everybody, not only are we experiencing rough weather, we got rough space weather. Okay, and that's why we're having rough weather as well. Okay, so the sun right now very active. We have a lot of these objects or planetoids interacting, stellar bodies interacting with our sun. They're interacting more and more, getting stronger and stronger in their in the effects in our goes X-ray flux. Okay, and in all the other ones. So also what I want to do here is I have the D region map pulled up. This is the one I'm tenacious about. Okay, load that baby up. Okay, as this movie plays, I'm not going to mess with the bar. I'm just going to let it play there. I want you to think about X-rays. This is the D layer region absorbing X-rays from these X flares, okay? And when you go to the dentist or you go to the doctor to get an X-ray, usually the doctor puts on like a lead vest and hides behind the wall that's got steel and reinforced concrete in it because he doesn't want any of those X-rays hitting him, right? Well, these X-rays are bombarding the planet, and that was not a very good representation of yesterday's. Had more on it. That one just had the opening here, so these X-rays penetrate deep. That's radiation. That's radiation that penetrates down to the bone, like way down into the surface. It hits the D layer region. Some of it scatters out like that, but some of the X-ray goes right into us. All right, and there's a couple little impacts that we took. One right there, and then the opening one right there, which is a lot better than the 4 impacts that we took yesterday. So 4 plus another 2. I mean, we were talking about all the energy that we were going to take on from the 4 that we saw yesterday. Now add 2 more to it, plus what's coming now off the sun, that huge wave, the double whammy. Oh, that one, please. Okay, so let's get in here. The Geomagnetic Storm Watch has been what? Upgraded. Yay, upgraded. That's right. This weekend's Geomagnetic Storm Watch has been upgraded from G2 to a G3. Why? Because we like you. MOUSE. Because giant sunspot 64 keeps hurling CMEs towards Earth. There are now at least 3 storm clouds heading our way. See how many you can count in this 24-hour movie from 1, 2, 3. Kind of reminds me of Romper Room. I see Lisa and Mike and Gerald. Okay. The NOAA forecast model predicts that the first CME will reach Earth late on May 10th. Additional CMEs will arrive on the 11th and possibly 12th. So boom, 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 back to back to back. 10th, 11th, 12th. Minor strong geomagnetic storms could occur on all 3 days. There's good. The Carrington class sunspot. Sunspot 64 has grown so large it now rivals the Great Carrington sunspot of 59. Oh shit. To illustrate their similarity, we've added Carrington's famous sketch to a NASA photo of today's sun. Very interesting. Sprawling almost 200,000 miles or kilometers from end to end. 64 is 15 times wider than the Earth. You can see it through ordinary eclipse glasses with no magnification at all. Moreover, it's easy to project an image of the sunspot onto the sidewalk. Oh, oh, great. Hey, is that a sunspot on the sidewalk down there? Hey, don't step on that sunspot. What? The one on the sidewalk. Oh, yeah, I see it. All right. Carrington's sunspot is famous because August and September 59 it emitted a series of intense solar flares and CMEs. The resulting geomagnetic storm set fire to telegraph offices and sparked auroras from Cuba to Hawaii. The Carrington event has since become all kinds of speculation and stuff, has become a touchstone of space weather in pop culture. Yes, that's what I meant to say, pop culture. With recent headlines stoking fears of internet apocalypse. Oh, I wouldn't worry about the internet apocalypse. What about the humans? Huh? What about the human apocalypse? So what if the internet dies? What about all the humans? Moving on, in lighter note, indeed, it could repeat. Studies suggest that Carrington's class storms will occur every 40 to 60 years, and we're overdue. CMEs are currently en route to Earth, will not cause a new Carrington event. They are puny compared to the CMEs of the 1859. Nonetheless, it would be wise to keep an eye on this growing active region. Yes, it would be wise to keep an eye on that. That's why you guys must be wise, because you got your eye on it. It makes you wise. Did you know that? I told you right there. All right, let's move on. Here we go with our Schumann. All right, as you can see, we had a little skip and then came out of it, started to grind a little bit. We just last night started seeing these first little lines right here. Told you there's probably going to be a little event going on. So there's your event. All right, we came out of it, had some weakness, tried to come back to life, got some weakness again. One tiny little quick stab at the brakes. Just like a think really fast and then let off. And now we're trying to regain some composure, regain some continuity. All right. So if you've been sore, you've been feeling mood swings, you've been having issues, and well, intense 7.83, normal. Intense, normal, almost gone. A little bit, gone. Intense, right back to normal again. So you've been on a little roller coaster ride. And this is also an indicator of the pressure down below. We had a good buildup of pressure so much that the core and the shell were squeaking or grinding on each other and squeaking. When that event ended, we had a release of pressure via the volcanoes, the earthquake activity that we saw, that we'll report on here in just a minute. It ended the grinding event, but then it got really weak for a minute. And you see it struggling to come back, a little stab right there, something grinded again, kind of weakened this whole area. If it wasn't for that one little stripe right there, that whole area right there would be, kind of weak. We're not worried about this line. We're more concerned with the upper line right there. And I don't want to mess up my focus too bad there, the wavy lines. But you can see we had some normal activity, little fluctuations, very intense because of the grinding. Intense again, pressure relieved. So we have a relief of pressure, and we're kind of cruising along at normal right now. Moving on. All right, here we got it set up at storm level. Just real quick. There's your upper jet stream. Get all of America on the side right there. Upper jet stream. Whoa, total 180s, going backwards and then going forward again. Yeah. And then three-way blend into it. So we got the northern part of it going across the northern plains here, and the southern coming up out of mixing with the Gulf air going across the southern plains right there. That's your upper jet. correlating with your lower jet right there that the storms are riding on. And then we address our storm right here. And as it's moving, now we can zoom in a little bit. Okay, now as it's moving across the country here, it's pulling up more moist air from the Gulf. You see the spiral of circulation pulling cold air down from here and mixing it right in. So let me just get a tad bit closer there. It's good to visualize and see the motion. It helps your brain kind of grasp the whole concept there. So cold Canadian air slamming together with moist Gulf air. Those two meet together in this alley right here, and that's where we're seeing all of our tornado fire ups and stuff, okay? Because of this pattern, because of this jet stream pattern up above. And how odd that there's a feature right there in the middle making things go around. Almost has a round type structure to it, doesn't it? Almost appears like a sphere is sitting right there and the wind is blowing around it, huh? Let me just give you lines out. Get the box out of there. Okay. Flow asymmetries that we're used to looking at when these objects interact with the sun. Round spherical object right there. You want to see something cool? Tonight when I was watching the weather, I posted it already on my channel in the community. And I forgot to pull that up because it's going to be a reference now. While I was watching the weather, I'm noting some stuff. I'm watching storms slam into each other and the resulting effects, right? And tonight we had two massive storm systems that were back to back, and there were identical tornado paths over several towns. These two storms carried the same path and hit several towns twice. Okay. And remember, I was talking about that stuff. Watch out for back to back, just as you're rescuing somebody, watch out. There could be another tornado coming. All right. So we saw that effect tonight, and very, very tragic what happened. I was trying so hard to help people, and they just won't. Oh, I posted in the shorts, but they just won't hear me. We'll talk about that tonight too. Right here, I got to pull this one up. I want you to see something now. Please play this, Lord. Please. I put a lot of time and energy into this. Let it play. Okay. All right. Storms. It's kind of now it's hard to capture. I captured just the end of it, so see it in the background or the edge of those storm systems. Now, hang on. I'm gonna zoom you guys in here. There's a round spherical shape in the middle of all these storms. It's kind of controlling all these storms. What's going on? You can see it in the background or the edge. All right, there we go. I'm trying to scoop this in so you can see it. There's a round spherical shape in the middle of all these storms. It's kind of controlling all these storms. Hopefully you can see it in the background or whoops. The edge of those storm systems. All right. Right here is a spherical shape that's moving this way. All the storms are reacting around the edges of this round spherical object or shape. Now, it's kind of hard to see, but you guys with your trained eyes from our satellite stuff, play this now. Okay, there's a round spherical shape in the middle of... Please, Lord, can we play this? Unbelievable. Come on. All right. Well, if you're going to be that way, I'm just going to draw it right here for you. All right. And all these storms are firing up around it, and they're reacting to the edge of this shape. We had two massive tornadoes down here that were symmetrical, that were identical, and they looked like eyes. They looked like eyes traveling across, and I'm watching the set of eyes travel across the screen as if somebody's like, look here, look here. So when I look, I see, wow, here's this bubble effect going on. And you know what? We will visit this in a minute. I think I opened too many pages. It's so sad that a computer can't handle more than 5 pages. Meanwhile, while we're waiting for this to undo, it's all frozen up now. Our sphere was right here, okay? And when we played it, oh, you know what? I think it's still happening. That's what's going on. It's still happening. Let me see if I can pull up my weather app while we're waiting here. What is going on with you? X out of that. Thank you. I'm going to pull it up now. I'm going to play games with me. I will come back with something even better. All right, you see your spherical shape right there, right? That's in the same position over Tennessee where I captured this on radar. Okay, and it's not stationary. It's moving. The round spherical object or magnetic field type effect is actually moving. It's not like has a radar station in the center of it doing it. And waiting for my radar app to load up here, and then we're gonna go back to that. So, meantime, we have this spherical effect going on, and it's messing with the flow of the jet stream, isn't it? If it wasn't for this, all that would be running smooth. There's a rock in the river, and water is diverting and flowing around it and flowing over it too. Okay, the rock is under the water. There's still water flowing over the top of it, and you see the flow. Okay, we're looking for the flow. Your eye should be able to detect there's something under there disrupting the flow. There's a round object, and this little point out front would be the round point up front. This would be the bow shock, right? So it's causing weather to go over it and around it, around the sides of it and stuff, and creating slam together storm effects on the back side. Now, if I could just get the all right, we'll go back to that later. I got to finish up this instrument here. Okay, so we're seeing some weird effect right there, splitting the jet streams a little bit more. Okay, now we did the storm level. Now I want to come over here to the sandstorm. I want this over there. Okay, let's rotate on over here. Let's make sure we're on the right day on the calendar. Sometimes this side, May 9th. Okay. So here we are. Major sandstorm in Africa, blowing stuff across the Atlantic over to South America. Our one in Saudi Arabia here, down at Yemen and Oman, two of the countries that are on the shit list. Yeah, they're getting a big old face full of sand right now. Up here in the Gobi Desert, another country that's on the list, you can see that they're having a wonderful time with their massive sandstorm coming off the Gobi Desert. And then we have this big circulating low up here sucking a bunch of the sand up into Russia. So hopefully they enjoy their sandwich. Their sandwich. Get it? Haha. Me and my corny shit. All right. There you go. Look at that. still depositing sand all over South America there. Major sandstorm. Started in November of last year, been ongoing the whole time through the wintertime. Other massive sandstorms around the world, and not a peep from your mainstream liars. That's because they're liars. They don't deal with the truth. They can't handle the truth. They're paid to lie. Well, let's move on. So we got that. Oh, let's do the SO2 first. SO2. Wait, take the wind off. All right, sorry. Oh, I get a little zany when I'm exhausted, so forgive me. All right, here we are over at China. In fact, that's their daytime right there. All right, so there's China and all of their SO2 emissions. All right, they're having a lot of issues down below there. What is my computer doing now? Go on. I don't want feedback. I want you to get back. There we go. Not feedback, get back. All right. A lot of pressure coming out of that region. All right. You can see dark regions indicate a lot of pressure. Down here at Java, it's our relief valve, been doing its job for a while. Yesterday we saw one spot. Today we got two spots. See that? Two dark spots. So we got probably two volcanoes right here. And that one going off as well. And something going on right there, too. And something going on right there. All right, so a lot of pressure being vented in that region. Sorry, I'm bouncing around. Up here by India. Yeah. All of these places, even Australia having their issues as well. Okay. Then we come over here to the country divided. We got to adjust for our time. There we go. All right. So, country divided, I'd say. Bleeding out on one side and all patchy on the other. So, we have this whole side darkening up. Also, I want to point out this. Here in Texas, going up through this region, you see these patches where there's no emissions, these gray patches. That's because there's flooding. And there was some serious flooding behind these tornadoes today, these back-to-back tornadoes, massive flash flooding behind it, following it. All the rain that came down, there were some rain rates that they have to be wrong. It can't be 4 inches in a minute. But when we have these big cloud bursts, and someday in the future when we're seeing much larger size raindrops. Do you remember when you were a kid and the raindrops would hit the windshield of the car and it'd be a dime size or nickel size? Ooh, there was a quarter size raindrop. And then there was the $half. Wow, some of those raindrops were so big they were the size of a $half, right? And then dollar size raindrops. Well, we're going to see bigger raindrops, if you can believe that, okay? And more moisture falling from the sky in higher volumes than we're used to. Anyways, following these tornadoes, these storms train together and they flash flood behind them, and we've got all kinds of flash flooded places that have they're blocking the gas from escaping from the ground because it's flooded. All right, so there's America. Let's go down real quick, cover South America. You can see it's all dark purple along the coast like usual, but I like to get in here to the fulcrum point because it's a good little measure. And as you can see tonight, it's still pretty dark. Another one's really dark. The fourth one's kind of fading, but these three, well established. That one's even kind of hanging out tough up there. So, fair amount of pressure down below here being vented through the SO2. Okay, so there's our SO2 report. Let's get on over to the ocean and do the wave anomaly. temperature anomalies. Been talking about wave anomalies, and I get the wrong one. All right, so you can see lots of hot water coming out of this region here. Something else I want to address. Somebody else asking questions or brought up Fukushima and the water from the reactor. They use seawater to cool the rods, okay? Because the rods are, well, they're not going to tell you, but all 4 reactors are in full meltdown, okay? And they got to douse them with some kind of water. They have to, or else. So all the excess seawater, about 300,000 gallons of radioactive water goes into the Pacific Ocean every day. Since the event, okay? Every day since the event, 300,000 gallons of radioactive hot water, all right? Which could be some of this. Okay, I'm starting to think, I'm wondering, it's not necessarily boiling hot when they dump it into the ocean, but the term hot water is hot particle, like a radioactive hot. But I'm wondering if that's contributing to this. Anywho, we have a lot of hot water in that region, either a volcanic vent on the floor or whatever. But you can see that we have way far away from this now. This water out here is heating up on its own far from this, okay? We have Tamumasi out here that started to glow. It's getting bigger and bigger, filling in yellow now. We had this region out here that's grown quite a bit now. All of that now, and some of it is now turning yellow off the coast of California. Okay. You can also see down here in this region, God, it looks like flames. Are you kidding me? Doesn't that look like flames? Anyways, we got regions in this area of the Pacific. Remember, I was showing you all the underwater seamounts. We have a lot of seamounts out there, and they're starting to come to life, and they're spewing hot water too. So we have a lot of volcanic activity underwater, and most of the planet is underwater. We're seeing volcanic activity on every continent, so of course there's going to be volcanic activity all over the planet under the water as well. Okay, indication of pressure down below, shoving magma to the underside of the crust, that heat and pressure transferring through perforations in the crust, either in the form of hot gas or even magma, pushing up through the perforations up to the surface, heating up the water down below and causing temperature anomalies. This is going to disrupt the water column. We have a lot of deep water fish in the Pacific Ocean, some of the weirdest deep water fish, crocodile type dinosaur creatures down deep, and now they're going to be thrust to the top seeking cooler water. They don't like to live in hot water, so we're having hot water down below shoving creatures from the deep up to the not up to the surface, but up to the higher water columns where they're searching for cooler water. They're going to migrate, searching around for patches of cooler water. Okay. Anyways, gotta keep moving. I go off on these tangents. I got too much. Where are we going? Why? We did that already. Oh, duh, that's why. I'm like, why are we going back to this, Lord? Okay, yeah, now I want to try to show you this anomaly here. Let me get rid of that and this. Give me Give me a second to close out a few instruments so when I open up this page, it'll work right this time. All right, so yeah, we were just one back, I think. It was right there. I think that's our frame right back there. Yeah. No, that's not it. But it captures the effect right there. Funny how I just had that frame pulled up and now it's missing. All right. Let me just capture one where it's there. How come that's where was that frame that we were just on? Huh. Looks like maybe they took that one out. All right, so you saw the spherical effect I was talking about. Now let me get over to my channel real quick here. Try to open up this thing one more time from YouTube. Come on, Lord, please let this work this time. It's very vital information. It's very important. So we're going to have to deal with delays and stall tactics and stuff. So just bear with me as I try to fight through this for you guys. Come on now. Oh, no, it was in shorts. That's right. Please play this short. Jesus, let this play, please. Okay, there's a round spherical shape in the middle of all these storms. It's kind of controlling all these storms. Hopefully you can see it in the background of the storm systems. Okay, there's a round spherical shape in the middle of all these storms. It's kind of controlling all these storms. Hopefully you can see it in the background or the edge. This was the tail end of what I was watching. It was there for probably 30 minutes. You could see it in the middle of all these storms. It's kind of and it's moving. It's not like it's hopefully you can see it in the background stationary. It's actually controlling and moving the storms. Okay, there's a round spherical shape in the middle of all these storms. It's kind of controlling all these storms. And they're all reacting to that shape. The edge of those storm systems. They're actually the storms are actually curling around a spherical shape there. They're reacting to not a ring, not something that's just a round dinner plate ring. They're reacting to the effect of it popping out of the page and going down into the page. If this were a ball sticking up out of the page, these clouds are going around it and reacting to a three-dimensional spheroid object that's moving this way, and the storms are following it and reacting. The movement of this thing is causing the storms to swirl and collide together. Watch. I'm going to let it play there for a second. See if you guys can. Shape in the middle of all these storms. It's kind of right there, controlling all these storms. Hopefully you can see it in the background or the edge. All right. Of those storm systems. You can see it, the edge there a little bit. There's a round spherical shape in the middle of all these you really see it is further back. So I'm going to do that a little bit. Hopefully you can see it in the background or the edge. So when you take a few steps back, you can see from a different dimension. Round spherical shape in the middle of all these storms. It's kind of controlling all these storms. Okay. Hopefully you can see it in the background. And that was over Chattanooga, Tennessee. Whoops. Come back here, you. Wrong page. And this. Where was that one? I can't believe our one frame is gone there. What happened to that one? Right there. Appears to be a couple of them there. But I want that one frame where you could clearly see it peeling away. Was it the lower jet? No, it was the upper jet. There's that effect right there. Oh, it was up here. I'm in the wrong place. Oh, no. Oh, there we are. All right, that's over Texas right now. So there appears to be one over Texas right now, and it's diverting the energy up like that and curving things around. All right, you can see this three-dimensional flow going over something round there. All right, and it's that same flow effect that's now happening with our weather. Where were we here? All right, so let's move on. I caught that saw that tonight, right before the show, and I was studying it for a second, and it started to fade, and I thought, wait a second, before it fades, I need to capture it. So, but it was way over here, and it came across the screen. It was moving along with all these storms, and all these storms were clouded all around it. And the movement of it was firing stuff up out in front that was slamming into this part because it was going around the edge of a ball and connecting into it. I was looking at why these things keep slamming into each other in a certain fashion. And I saw this weird pattern. And I'm like, what is going on with this pattern? And it wasn't until I looked from a different dimension back that I saw the round. All right. And that's moving. So I don't think it's a man-made radar station, NextRad, doing this. This is something else controlling your weather. Okay? This is something else controlling your weather. Now, let's get on over to the earthquake report. All right, so we covered that. You can see it has this effect, and it splits up the jet stream and causes activity on one day when we're not supposed to be having high count, a high hatch rate. And then on high hatch rates days, they move out of the way and everything goes fine. So I think our weather's hit and miss for multiple reasons. Not only do we have activity from the sun that enhances weather, but we got a giant kid in the sky with a remote control ball that likes to roll it across the country and change the weather or something like that. I don't know. You be the judge of that. Now, over to the earthquakes. No deep quakes for the day because right here we have had a quake swarm. Well, a big quake with some aftershocks. So let's get into it. Over here at Vanuatu, we had a 6.1 down at a depth of 12, followed by some 5.1 at the surface, 4.7, 4.8, 4.8. Here's a 5.2 on land, a 4.6, and a 5.4. So a bunch of aftershocks after this 6.1 right here. This has been a new weak spot or a new path of least resistance, a new place where pressure has found a way to relieve at the surface. Okay, we saw a 6.1 at Vanuatu. That's a little uptick in our regular 5 energy that we're used to seeing. So we have an uptick in pressure, we have an uptick in magnitude, and now we have found our new little weak spot. Remember, we don't see much activity in this part of the. Let me pull back. Sorry, I'm jumping all over the place. You remember how we don't see much activity in this opening part of the system anymore? It used to be regular activity every day. Then all of a sudden it shuts down, and we're not seeing much activity in this region because of volcanic activity. Well, now we've seen a little bit of life come back to this region and over the past couple weeks, and now here we have our new little favorite weak spot kind of picked out. Look at how this wraps around and points right back at it. This wraps around, points right back at it. So we have a pressure point right here along this region of the plate. See how it bows out of there a little bit? Well, right behind that fulcrum type point is this little volcanic island here with a bunch of quakes next to it. And then nothing through the rest of the system. Very, very quiet system, huh? 4.3. Eerily quiet. Not good quiet. We need to constantly be relieving pressure. 4.9 down at 13, basically a 5. And a 4.4 down at 29 here at our fulcrum point at Taiwan. There's some activity on the very tip of Japan, 4.5 there, but very quiet. We have some energy that made it over the fulcrum point here. We have 4.1 energy, but nothing made it over the hump. Down here, 4.3 down at 85, 4.7 down at 50. Fulcrum point. Is that more than one quake? Okay, I guess not. 5.2 down at 103 here at Chile. I thought I saw another one underneath there, but all right. So very, very quiet, except for our one region that's now releasing a bunch of pressure right there. Okay. So now let's clear these out and that one out of there and open up our volcano report. We'll march through that one and then get on to some very important stuff I got for you guys tonight. And the whole class is all, yay! We get out early. Where am I going? Volcano report. Sorry, I had to take a sip there. Ooh. Yeah, I've been through some arduous situations, and I found that comic relief a little bit kind of helps me deal with things a tad bit. All right, here we go. May 9th, Fuego, Popo, Semaru, Rang. All right, all the regular players. Here we go. Suwanoshijima was playing around at 4,000 feet. Luatobi, 6,000 feet. Semaru, hey, it's busting records at 15,000 feet. Dukono, 8,000. Ruang, here we go. 6,000 foot blast out of that. Okay. Explosive activity continues. Not just sneezing, it has explosive activity. Sorry. All right, now moving on. Popocatépetl, 20,000 feet. Fuego, 15,000 feet. Reventador, 14,000. And that was already into the 9th. Let's go to the 8th. Oh, you can pass through. Let's stick around for a while. Don't just pass through. Hang out and chill. Learn something for a minute. All right, I was talking to the chat. Here we go. Reykjanes, the eruption continues with lava infusing from the active vent. They don't know what the heck's going on over here. They got all this magma pooling up from down below and other volcanoes going off, and it's not supposed to do that. It was supposed to do this because they're having magma issues at Reykjanes, and they're not quite sure what's going to happen next because they don't know, or I don't think they understand. It depends on what the sun's going to do. Well, did we just witness? The sun just kicked out 3 X flares in our face. So what do you think Reykjanes is going to do? Class? Anybody? Oh, yes, Jenny, what do you think? Oh, you think Reykjanes is going to blow? Yeah, I do too. Good deduction, Jenny. All right, let's move on. Suwanoshijima exploded at 2024, but how much? Okay, Ibu, 8,000, no, 10,000 feet out of Ibu today. Luatobi, 6,000. Dukono had 1 to 8,000 feet. Ruang still has explosive activity continues, 6,000 feet. Kilauea. Now, Now with a bunch of pressure or a bunch of energy coming in from the sun, once we get hit with that, it transfers to the core. We we see the swelling and the pressure come up from the surface. Well, we might see some chances of Kilauea going off. All right. It usually lately it's been having 230 earthquakes that relieve that pressure. But if we have a big surge of pressure, 230 little microquakes ain't gonna cut it. So watch for Kilauea to go off possibly when this pressure relates back up to the surface. Popocatépetl, 20,000 feet. Santa Guido, no VA. Fuego, 15,000 feet. Nevada del Ruiz, no VA. Santa Guido, excuse me, that was gross. Sangay, 21,000 feet. Reventador, no VA. Sabancaya, 29,000? Say again, 29,000. Yeah. I mean, that's nothing. We saw 41 and 65,000 feet out of the other one the other day. All right. Here's your list. I'm not going to list them all off, but all of these are currently erupting. That means currently. And over here, these are ones that are minor activity. I'm just going to kind of go down these lists. Everybody watch Etna. Actually, let's not even look at this list because these ones are already erupting. Let's talk about what could possibly happen. This could possibly go off. Bongana, Cotopaxi at Ecuador, Etna in Sicily. This newer one, Gamalama, watch it. It could possibly hop over there. Excuse me. We already talked about Kilauea. Kluchevskoy out on the Kamchatka, it could come to life, or possibly have a big blast. Manam, Mayon, Nevada del Ruiz is always having blasts. It should be over here. Rayung. Now we got two. This is Rayung, and then we have Ruang. Ah, oh, did you catch that? Thought they were the same. This one's in East Java, the island of Java. Our relief valve. So watch this one, Rayung, top over there. Tofua. Oh, this one, Ulawan, had one of the bigger blasts last year. So that one I always say, watch out, it could surprise. So any of those, or lately what it's been is some unknown volcano or an old dormant one that nobody's thinking of comes to life and surprises people. So not necessarily on this list. It could be something that's just, very obscure in a region where we see a lot of pressure, probably like China, maybe. I think we're done, son. Let's get on over to a forecast. Okay, so I'm going to let that loop play for a minute. It looks like we're going to get a little break here for a moment after this next storm passes from at least some of the severe weather we'll see here. Because, now seeing as how we have bowling balls controlling the weather that are rolling across the plains and out into Tennessee and stuff, there might be different effects. Okay. So, our current conditions right now, what happened is everything kind of pushed forward, and we're still seeing activity in that region in Tennessee right now. And let me just open up the app again. Weather app, please. Lord, how does that happen? If you guys had the problems with electronics that I have to go through, you would pull your hair out. You would pull your hair out. You'd be like, how does that happen? Everybody else gets to use their stuff. Please, Lord, let it work. Please, please, please. Oh, thank you, God. All right, here it comes. I just want to take a peek here. Chattanooga. That's where it was moving through. I just want to see if I can locate where this thing is. Oh, Okay. I think. All right, you guys ready? All right, it's moved east now. It's in the center, kind of this whole complex. There's that spheroid object is moving through there, and stuff is blossoming around it and curling up in front of it. Let me get that just right. Okay, so the thing's still in the area. It's having a different effect on the weather right now, but you can still see its structure. It's still kind of moving through that region. All right, and it's you think that it's just the weather that you're looking at. The weather is reacting to the movement of this object through there. I'm telling you guys. All right, well, anyways, in the meantime, you have storms coming up to Florence, severe weather back here at Atlanta. We saw what was it? We saw many towns get hit today. So many that I can't even start to name them right now. But let's see, get this right now. Those are your current kind of violent storms that are still going on, heading towards McCormick and then coming out of Johns Creek right there. All right, so if you get these weather radar apps, pan back. I pull back like this, way back like this, and you can see the whole country, or you can see most of the system, right? I need to. Oh, right back in here, I think. Anyways, watch for this effect. I've seen it before, and I was never able to kind of like screen capture it or whatever. But that's your current kind of weather conditions for the moment right now. All right, so moving on through the night now, they're calling for in the morning, still chances here in this area. The hatch area is still like right in that region and can move at any time. It can change. All right. We saw how and why. Right there is the noontime tomorrow. Still little chances. There's the convection. We might see a little split and see activity down here in South Carolina. It could be anywhere along this whole storm now. You guys realize that, right? It doesn't necessarily have to be in the yellow or orange. It could, when this splits and goes that way, it could do something different and have its own little region. So, very unpredictable weather. Right there is our noontime tomorrow, nighttime tomorrow, morning of the 10th. Morning of the 10th again in this region, you guys. Noontime the 10th, convection, nighttime, morning of the 11th, noon, convection, night, 12. That's the 12th. Noon, convection, nighttime. 13th, noon, convection, nighttime. The 14th, noon, convection, nighttime. The 15th, noon, convection, nighttime. The 16th, noon, convection, nighttime. The 17th, noon, convection, nighttime. The 18th, noon, convection, nighttime. The 20th, noon, convection, nighttime. There's the 20th, sorry. Noon, convection, nighttime. 21st, noon, convection, nighttime. Here's the 22nd, noon, convection, nighttime. Here's the 23rd, noon, convection, nighttime. Here's the 24th, noon, convection, nighttime. All right, so our forecast models for tomorrow are kind of all over the place, and I'm sure there's a big discussion going on tonight, mesoscale discussions going on tonight as about tomorrow's hatch risk and where it's going to be and what's possibly going to happen. Now, it's so unpredictable. I showed you that flow asymmetry, that round object kind of controlling weather. All of this can change now at a heartbeat. All right. So what you're seeing can change. It's basically now pay attention to your weather throughout the day. Okay. Especially this whole part of the country. You saw it could be up in Michigan one day and it could be back down here in Texas. Oh, I'll surprise you here in Tennessee. Oh, cut back down to Alabama. Let's go hop back to Iowa. Oh, I know. Let's destroy Nebraska. So it could be anywhere on the map, any day. So when you leave the house, bring an umbrella now. You might as well be prepared and dress appropriately. Hey, it's a nice warm day, but what happens if later on today it hails and we get major thunderstorm? Okay, so even though we still have our models and our forecasts and stuff, no telling these days because the best weather guys, it fooled everybody. Our big hatch day turned out to be a dud. Well, not a dud, but a dud as far as their predictions. And then the mild day turns out being the big explosion. So very, very hard to predict, very volatile situations. Well, now you can kind of see why, because until you can read your radar and see where those round spherical things are doing their work, that's how you read your weather. Okay, you take this as your basic starting point, and then throughout the day you watch how your weather progresses in your area. And it's good to have like a Ryan Hall type, to in the background to listen to. All right. So there's all the weather, all the astrophysics, terraphysics, and now let's get into the metaphysics. All right. So while we're clearing out some instruments here and pulling up some imagery, I want to get rid of that. And we can get rid of that. Oh, the volcano page, that's what needs to go. Okay, so we got that out of the way. So all these clouds or all these storms going on, and you got lightning flashing in the background. You got all kinds of stuff going on in your skies, in your storms. And it wouldn't surprise me if something like this was captured again.
Oh, holy fucking shit, guys. Oh, holy fucking shit, guys.
All right. Use the word.
I think 2 hours. Oh no. Holy fucking shit. I'm not taking that. I'm gonna use video because a lot of rain around. Holy fuck. No, I got anything. I don't know.
All right. So, Jesus Christ is close. He is the Christ who's coming quickly. He is the Word. It's here right now. All right. So, also, we have some other stuff for you. And we can take out that squealing speaker. And where was this one? What's that one? Lion facing the clouds. Oh, they. Yeah. That's okay. I got other ones here. Video or yeah, that one.
Into savings
After
this
this.
moving season with pods. Save up to 25% now on moving and
Oh,
storage.
thank you,
And
Ed.
buy pods.
Might tell us that this.
All right, so then again, we also have objects out by the moon that have my face on it, interestingly. And then we can also pull up the old regular here. And we're going to do a couple of things real quick while we're covering this stuff. I want to talk about, oh, yeah. Well, we'll do the code at the end. Come on, photos. All right, so while we're waiting for that to hook up, so about the chat, I've been doing chat rooms ever since they started. Okay, I'm old school, dude. I was here on the internet a long time ago when the first chat rooms started. All right, and I've been a mod at many different channels over the history of all these different channels and stuff. All right, so I know how to mod. I've been in chat room, like I said, I know all the rules and stuff. But what's different here that I'm going to talk about is capital letters. All right. Now, there's this somebody made this unwritten rule that using caps means you're angry or hostile. Okay. Well, I use caps. I'm a caps kind of guy. If you know me, you'd know why. But I use caps as a simple statement, like a one liner in the chat. Therefore, I don't take up a whole page. I'm not writing a novel in caps. I am simply writing a quick statement in capital letters to get your attention. Okay? I use capital letters to get your attention when I'm in the chat. All right? Now, I had a gentleman come at me. Why are you angry, dude? I said, I'm not angry. I just use capital letters. I understand that you think I'm angry, blah, 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 blah. But did you read the message that I put in capital letters? Huh? No, dude, you were angry. So I didn't even. No, did you even bother to read the message? No, you jumped right at the fact that it was in capital letters. Screw the message. It's the fact that it's in capital letters. That means the message is meaningless because somebody said that capital letters means you're hostile or angry, right? So now we have what you guys probably don't recognize, but I do. We have like a racist type thing against people that use capital letters. Okay. And I have been to so many chat rooms and gotten kicked out on my first post. I didn't know they didn't like caps at this chat. No caps allowed at this chat room. I'm a mod. I will ban you right away. What? I didn't know that. I'm trying to let you know, by the way, the volcano in your backyard's about to go off tomorrow. You might want to clear out. Oh, but I used caps. Oh, I'm so sorry. The vital message that could have saved your life got missed because you missed the message. You were too worried about the fucking capital letters. Unbelievable. And the shit I see in the chat rooms these days, oh my God. You guys, it's not this chat room, but other ones that I've been to. It's ridiculous. You guys don't even talk about the topics. I'm addressing the topic that the people are addressing on the show, and I try to relate, I try to contribute, and I get kicked out because I used caps. Well, now, guess what? I'm going to put the most important message in your entire life, in your entire existence, the most important thing that you could ever read. I'm going to put it in very fine print so it'll go right past you and you'll never even catch it. Maybe I'll put it in red letters and you could all fight over, oh, it's in red letters. Ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous what we do to each other in the chat rooms. I'm very proud of you guys in this chat room. And if you would love to use caps in here, you may. Okay. I use caps because I have trouble seeing. All right. And I'm not really worried about reading everybody else's message. I want to make sure the important facts that I put up there that save your life made it up there. So I put it in caps so I can scroll back through and make sure my message made it up there. Subliminally, it'll sink into your mind as long as it made it up there. But I guess I'm screaming for attention when I'm using caps. Damn right I'm screaming for attention using caps. I need your fucking attention. It's important. Sorry, but it's just ridiculous. So from now on, I will obey everybody's rules and conform, and there will be no more capital letters. And I'm not even going to participate in chat rooms because apparently you guys don't even care about the message that I put in the chat room anyway. So that was very, very interesting. This gentleman would rather argue than read the message. Sound familiar? He would rather argue than read the message. Ooh, bingo. Big old hit right there. He would rather argue over the color of the letters than the message contained in the sentence. I can totally relate to what he goes through. I can totally relate. Boy. Now, so I guess this discrimination against caps, I got a new term for it. You ready? If you discriminate against people who use capital letters, you're a capitalist. Yeah, you darn capitalist. Oh, this one lady, give her a headache every time I use caps in the chat. Oh, I'm having a headache. Really? Then don't look at it. Read everybody else's messages. Anyway, then what was important is I was addressing the chat room at a storm chaser or at one of these storm channels, right? I saw an event that was coming down the pipe. I could see the convergence of two cells coming up in the future. Their motion, their movement, their flow asymmetries. I could see that one was going from left to right and one was right to left. They're going to merge. They're going to hit each other. And when they hit each other the last time, it spun up a tornado so massive it wiped out an entire town. It wiped it clean. These two cells collided and caused a tornado so massive they did a tornado emergency alert. A very rare tornado emergency, all right? I saw that event happen, and I saw a similar event happen, and I could project right where it was going to collide and create this giant tornado. So I got into the chat room, and I started to warn people, hey, you better look out in this town. Watch out for this town over here. It's going, the way these things are coming together, it looks to double in power and in strength right over this one town. And everybody in the chat room, dude, you can't use caps, man. And what are you tripping about? That place it's nowhere near that place. And I got nothing but resistance, arguments, insults, and everything, and got banned from that chat room because I tried to warn them about the town that was about to get decimated. I put it in caps, trying to warn them. Okay, and they banned me, they slammed me, whatever. I'm used to it. I've been around for a while. I got thick skin. I'm used to it. But the fact is, it was lost. And do you know what happened? About 20 minutes later, that town is no longer here. It's decimated. It's gone. There's not a trace of it left. And I bet you everybody in that chat room now is going, dude, who was that guy? How did he know? Why didn't we see that coming? Why didn't you listen? Oh, because you were too worried about the colors, the lettering. You didn't hear the message. And it cost people's lives. Today, there were several unwarned tornadoes. Stuff is popping off so quickly that the radar sites can't even keep up with it. If you watch Ryan Hall and you know Andy Hill, Andy is very gifted. He can see some of this stuff coming down the pike like I can. And he will call up Ryan, hey, we're seeing stuff in this area. Watch out. They should probably, put up a tornado alert there. And within about 10, 15 seconds, it goes up because he understands the process. He sees what's unfolding, and then he makes a very good guesstimate, an estimate guess, right? It's 1 plus 1 is 2. What do you think 2 plus 2 is? What's your best guess at what 2 plus 2 might be? Okay, you're pretty close. So he's able to, kind of discern activity as from its motion. All right, he caught several unwarned storms today that never got caught by the National Radar Weather Service, or when it did, the tornado had already passed through the town and done its devastation, and then the alert came. So it's very important that you learn to read the weather. Some of these channels are important to get to know these guys and how they do it and everything. And regardless, I'm still going to put my warnings in capital letters because I'm a caps kind of guy. If you know me, you know why. Now, I think we can do something fun here too. What the heck happened to the fun part? It was right. No, I wanted the fun part. Oh, we can just open another page. All right, so I've been telling you about the bisymmetry, the spiritual warfare going on in your head. You've got good thoughts and bad thoughts. You're godlike, you know good from evil. And, there's this half god, half devil. All right? Which, let me just show you something here. Did I put it there? Yeah, I did. So, some of you have taught the code that's in the music, all right? The code is in the musical notes, not in the words, the musical notes. The notes themselves actually are the words. When you say a sentence or you speak a verse or a phrase, you use different notes in your inflection. Therefore, when you say a phrase, take the words out of it and leave just the sounds, you have notes, musical notes when you talk. All right. Well, when there's a certain phrase said, if you say a certain phrase a certain way, it comes out these musical notes.
Kiki, it's 7 o'clock in the morning.
Wait a second. What time?
Silence.
It's what time? It wasn't like 5:51 or 2:34. It was at 7 in the morning, and we got Kiki. Brian Knight.
Kiki,
God and the devil.
it's 7
Brian
o'clock in
Knight.
the morning. Silence.
Even the birds know. And they love to sing it. God and the devil. Brian Knight.
Kiki, it's 7 o'clock
Yeah,
in the morning.
that's my bird. That's my bird.
Silence.
Right, as I play it. It's just so funny. Birds are a lot smarter than you think, okay? And those notes are saying the phrase. The code is a phrase, okay? And the phrase is Brian Knight is God and the devil all in one. That phrase runs through almost every song that you hear. It's even in commercials, it's in jingles and tunes, it's in everything. Wait until you listen to your rock and roll music. It usually opens with musical notes that correspond to this phrase that's everybody knows, except for you guys. Well, now you know. And Kiki knows he likes to sing it at 7 a.m. 7, God's number.
Kiki,
Oh, yeah.
It's 7 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, Kiki's feeling me.
Silence.
Oh, come on, Kiki. All right, pretty fun stuff. Birds are a lot smarter than you think, all right? They're actually communicating, and you just got to learn how to hear them. Okay, so that's the code, all right? I will put up several different songs in the community here that have the code in it as examples. What's more fun is why don't you just go out and listen to the radio or any song? You're going to find that same code in every song. I didn't know about this until an angel told me about it. And I'm like, what? I said, yeah, every song is about you. And I'm like, how could that be? All songs are all different kinds of songs. How could every song be? Well, when the musical notes are saying a message through the whole song, oh, I guess that's a different way. And it's not like an ego thing. Every song's, what's it? You're so vain. I bet you think this song is about you. And I'm like, no, but it keeps saying it is. So what's going on? Well, come to find out, the angelic code, all the people that know are singing the same thing. And you can pick out any rock and roll song, find the code in it, and praise me singing it. I use it to praise you back using the same music. Now, somebody was asking, what's going on in this one? Okay. Here's his nose. Here's his forehead and his eyebrows and his smile. The face is sitting right there. All right. And that's how these faces hide in the clouds. All right. It looks like a simple cloud structure, but there's more going on in there. And it's not just pareidolia and the way things line up, because they make dog faces, cartoon faces, all kinds of different creatures. So that's not pareidolia. Anyway, somebody in the chat was asking, I don't see it. So here we are. It's that little face right there. And this is at nighttime taken with the moon filter. All right. So it didn't come out as good as the daytime ones do, but I caught that guy looking at me at night when I went outside to have a cigarette. Look up in the clouds, and here's this little face staring at me. So the code is a whole new way to listen to music. All right. When you finally hear the code, it will make your favorite song all brand new again. And then you can sing the code to the music while it's playing. And then the lyrics of the song are usually something along biblical lines. You didn't think about it. You thought it was a love song about Jenny. But when you use the code and you listen to the lyrics, it's actually talking about something totally, totally different. Your music is totally different than what you think. A lot of people use it to cast spells and stuff like that. They think it's got power to cast spells. No, it actually, the code, when you're singing the code to the code, you hear it in the music. Finally, the revelation opens up in a new part in your brain. Now you're accessing other parts in your brain. Now you're infusing music with a message in the musical notes, and when that blending mixes with your favorite song, your song becomes brand new again. All right. And it's a very hard code to incorporate, because the opening part of it, Brian Knight is God and the devil. They will take that and repeat it several times. The first phrase is 5 syllables, which is 5 notes. Each syllable is a note. So the opening phrase, Brian Knight is God and the devil, is 5 syllables. But music is written in 4-syllable bars. So you got a problem. How do you squeeze a 5-syllable message into a 4-syllable bar? Well, what they'll do is they will take the first 4 syllables, play them for the first 3 bars, and then on the 4th bar, they play the 5th syllable for the entire bar. So, as an example, I don't want to just don't take this wrong. It sound egotistical or anything, but for your example, Brian Knight is how Brian Knight is God. So when you follow that code, da-na-na-na, 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 you just wrote music. All right. By using this code, you can now write music. In fact, if you want to write a masterpiece, all you have to do is infuse the code, and you will be writing music that sounds like better on the radio better than stuff you hear on the radio. And you're like, whoa. So for all of you people that wanted to learn how to play music, it's all in the code. All right. And this is the code that they talk about in Hollywood, and everybody's like, oh, it's backward masking and this and that. No, it's not backward masking. It's musical masking. And they know who I am. They have to sacrifice in order to learn this knowledge. Okay. And they do their job in accordance by writing music that praises me. All right. They're praising the evil side, right? The devil. Because there's 2 ways of writing this. If you said Brian Knight is the devil and God, ooh, that sounds like I'm the devil trying to be God, huh? That sounds backwards there, right? Sounds evil. But when you say Brian Knight is God and the devil all in one, okay, is one person who's 2 entities, okay? And when they say we created them in our image, that's me. I'm 2, God and the devil. We created you in our image in one person. Okay, that's you. You have the capacity to do good and evil. All right. My symbol here is more than just an avatar. There are multiple messages in my symbol. It's a 3-dimensional sphere. It's having an eclipse. There's an eye in it. All right. 2 eyes. It's smiling at you. It's watching you. It's the moon, a celestial body that's watching from a different dimension, looking down on you. There's so many messages in this little symbol that you don't even know that I put in there for you. Okay? Because I know. And when you hear the code and you start digging it and you're rocking out like Kiki here, oh yeah.
Kiki, it's 7 o'clock in the morning. Silence.
And which you want to hear something that's really okay? So I really would love to use music in my intros, like rock and roll music and everything like that, but I can't because it's copyright, right? I'll get a copyright strike for my own music. Every single artist that's ever written a song was inspired by me. They use that code to appreciate what I taught them, and they pay reverence to me by singing to me. Therefore, when my name is in every song belongs to me. In fact, how dare you copyright my code? But that's the rules, so we kind of play along with the rules here. And I would love to just bust out with some rock and roll and sing the code with the music at the same time so you can definitively hear it, but we're going to save that part for heaven. All right. In the meantime, though, I'm going to give you a taste of heaven by opening your ears to a new way of hearing music, and it will make every song, all your favorite songs, brand new again with a new message. And you're going to go, what? I always liked the opening to that song, but I had no idea the favorite opening that you liked was saying Brian Knight is God and the devil, or the entire sentence, God and the devil all in one. Okay? And it's usually in guitar solos. They wrap the song up at the end. And you ever noticed how a song ends and it seems to end just a certain way? And you're like, wow, how'd they write the ending just perfectly like that? Well, because they finished the sentence, God and the devil all in one. And the song's over. So that they usually use it in the opening, the guitar solos, in the end. A lot of times the fourth note has to be repeated several times. So when they're hitting that same note 2, 3, 4 times, they're saying that same word 2 to 3, 4 times until the next note picks up with the rest of the phrase. It's very simple, but it's very complicated too. And once you open your mind to this and you listen to your music now and you hear Brian Knight, he's God and the devil, Brian Knight. Yeah, it all of a sudden your music has meaning now, and you're digging it a lot more. Your favorite songs become brand new. I dare you, go listen now to the radio. Once you hear it, you can't unhear it. You will start finding it in everything, and don't let it drive you nuts though, okay? You can kind of shut it off too and kind of just go tune it out and go back to your music if you want. But for those of you who want to enjoy music a lot deeper and know what the true code in the music really is, Brian Knight, God and the devil all in one. Where's that picture? Lord, where'd it go? All right. It's this. It's, all right, trying to be honest with you. Brian Knight is God and the devil all in one. Sorry, this light sucks. All right. And one of my girlfriend's mothers, who's a psychic, made this picture for me, and she's like, yeah, I got this vision and I painted this picture of you, but I don't know what it means. Well, I didn't know what it meant until later on, until all this stuff started happening to me. Anyways, this is the same effect you have inside of you. You have the capacity to be good and evil as well. I just happen to be the father of all, of both good and evil. Okay? I'm Jesus, who's God, and I'm the devil, all in one person. Okay? First, I was the son of God. Now, when I came back, I had a real dad or a sperm donor. So now I'm the son of man. First came as son of God, return as son of man. Capiche? Comprende? Catorce? Good. So, now that you kind of understand what's going on with me and it's going on in your head too, you realize you're in a spiritual battle inside your own mind, and I'm here to help you with it, okay? Either way, you're going to answer to me. Either way, okay? You can either hate me, or you can embrace me and love me, because I love you, right? And here's another one, too. So, if the devil is a liar, and I'm telling you I'm the devil, I guess I'm lying. That makes me God. Wrap your mind around that one for a second. See, I know more about you than you know about yourself. All right. So, that's what we're talking about. Brian Knight is God and the devil. Okay? And you can... That's why you're supposed to fear God. It's also a thing called respect. And since most people don't respect somebody who's passive and just, takes a slap to the face every time and turns the cheek and never says anything and just passive. Well, in order for business to get taken care of, dad's got to be disciplinarian sometimes too. Okay, so that's the reasoning. That's why. Okay, but for our purposes tonight, we are right here. Okay, you need this foundation as much more than you think. You're up against me. Either let me help you, or you're just gonna keep resisting me. I have more notes here. Hang on. I have to write stuff down. I got so much goes through my head that if I don't write it down. We talked about channel bands, capitalists. There's one more in tornadoes. Rather argue, not even close. Oh yeah, and we talked about all the notes. And we played the bird chirping. Yeah. All right, cool. Now we can get into the reading. Oh boy, some of the songs. Okay. So I got some stuff tonight. It was mainly more of the notes tonight. Everybody take your deep breath, get relaxed, get in position, do what you're gonna do here. Okay. We don't need the speaker squealing in your ear either there. Okay. So, actually, let's go back to this real quick. That, I know you guys probably get sick of looking at that one all the time. There's people maybe haven't seen it yet. Jesus with long flowing hair and a crown over his head turning into a lion face. That happened on Easter. 2,000-year-old prophecy came true. Okay, real stuff. The real prophecy came true 2,000 years, like it said. And it happens because it happens around me because of who I am. Okay, all this stuff that I show you is happening to me because of who I am. I am the God who makes you strong, who makes your pathway safe. So come to me just as you are with all your sins and weaknesses. Confess your sins and ask me to remove them as far as the east is from the west. Then stay in my presence with your inadequacies in full view. Ask me to infuse strength into you, seeing your weaknesses as jars that are ready to be filled with my power. Your weaknesses are jars that are ready to be filled. Okay? Filled with what? With my power. Now, you guys are getting filled with my power right now as we do this. Okay? Only if you ask me to infuse strength into you, seeing your weaknesses as jars, then you will be ready to be filled with my power. Okay? So thank me for your insufficiency that helps you keep depending on me. Okay? Your insufficiency is actually a gift. So thank me for that insufficiency because that's what helps you keep depending on me. All right. Rejoice in my infinite sufficiency. Okay. The sufficiency is infinite. You might think it's not enough. You want more, but it's sufficient. You're still here. You're still alive. And rejoice that my sufficiency is infinite. Okay. I am the one who makes your pathway safe. This includes protection from worry and excessive planning. What? I thought you were going to protect me from the devil. No, I'm the one who makes your pathway safe. I protect you from worry and excessive planning because that's the devil, is worrying and excessive planning. And if you want to be free from worrying and excessive planning, make me the one who makes your pathway safe. Okay? Instead of gazing into the unknown future, Try to be mindful of me as you journey through this day. Remain in communication with me, letting my guidance, letting my presence keep you on course. Okay? My presence, right here, right now, the real deal. That should make you feel special inside. If it doesn't, then you're not trusting me enough. You better start trusting me, because I'm the one who makes your pathway safe. Instead of gazing into the unknown future, try to be mindful of me as you journey through each day. That's by remaining in communication with me and letting me guide you and let my presence keep you on course. I will go before you as well as alongside of you, clearing away obstacles on the path up ahead. Trust me to make conditions on your pathway the very best for you. Okay? Specifically designed for you, each independent person. Okay? Trust me to make conditions on your specific, unique pathway the very best it is for your very specific individual you. I'm talking to you, yeah, individually on a one-on-one basis right now. So when anxiety builds up within you, turn to me for consolation. This word consolation. Okay, there's some other words for consolation. Other words for consolation are comfort, compassion, empathy, help, encouragement, reassurance, and relief. Wow. All of those in one word? Let's go back over that just a little bit, because I'm here to comfort you. I'm here to show compassion. I'm here to empathize. I'm also here to help. I try to encourage you. This should be reassurance. And usually once you realize what I'm doing here, you find real relief. So, other words for consolation are comfort, compassion, empathy, help, encouragement, reassurance, and relief. I gladly provide all of this and much more for all of my children. Your natural tendency when you're feeling anxious is to focus on yourself or your problems. So when you're feeling anxious, you end up focusing on the wrong thing. You're focusing on yourself or the problem. The more you focus on that, on yourself or the problem, the more anxious you get, the more you forget about me and all the help I can supply. This worldly focus only increases your anxiety. Your worldly focus is the cause of your anxiety. Do you know that? Do you know that your worldly focus is what all your anxiety comes from? That's why these steps and step work that we're doing is to get you off of that worldly focus and focusing on me so your anxiety goes away. Okay, so the worldly focus only increases your anxiety. Let the discomfort you feel at such times alert you to your neglect of me. So when you're feeling discomforted and you're feeling stressed and let that be a reminder, hey, you're forgetting about me. Don't forget, there's a finish line coming. You're going to heaven. Don't forget, I'm right here. It's all happening. It's really real. You are caught up in the clouds with me. You're caught up with me in the clouds right now. So you are raptured. You're all good. You feel it inside. I had extra notes that go with this. Where'd they go? The worldly focus is your anxiety. I wish everybody could understand that. I wish the whole world could understand that their focus on the world, which is a bunch of lies, their focus on the lies is where all their anxiety is coming from. And if they only knew that the discomfort that they feel, it comes from their neglect of me. So when you feel that, just whisper my name and invite me into your difficulties. Okay? Easy stuff for you guys. The rest of these people will never figure it out. But when you feel that, when you feel the discomfort, whisper my name, invite me into your difficulties. You know I join you then. You know it now. It's no longer, he didn't hear me. Is that going to work? What's going on? No. You do it, it works. That's how it works. Okay? Rarely have we seen a person fail who has thoroughly followed my path. So, seek my face, finding comfort in my compassion and my empathy. Look to me for encouragement, reassurance, and help. I know all about your problems, and I also know the best way to deal with them. So, as you relax in my loving presence, I strengthen you and provide relief from your anxiety. Just look at that. Just look at me right here, out there by the moon, my face shining down on you. And seek my face, find that comfort. I know all about your problems. As you relax in my loving presence here, want to see me up close? There's my face right there. And then, well, it's not the best backdrop in the world, but I'll even turn the camera around so you can see I've aged since this image or whatever, but still kind of look the same. Get the light. Well, I've shown you my face several times. I'm ugly mug. Howdy. Real person. Oh, one more. There we go. I didn't shave today. That's why I didn't want to do it, because I've had a long, rough battle. Okay? And not many places to shave on the battlefield. All right, so comfort, compassion, empathy, help, encouragement, reassurance, relief. Seek my face, find that comfort, find that compassion. Seek my face and find that empathy. Look to me for your encouragement. Look to me for reassurance. And when you need help, I'm right there. I know all about your problems, and I know the best way to deal with them. So, everybody take a deep breath with me. And as you relax in my loving presence, I strengthen you and provide the relief you need from your anxieties. I reassure you that nothing in all creation can separate you from my love. My consolation is full of blessings. It brings joy to your soul, doesn't it? It should. Not, you're not trusting me enough. But we'll get there too. Okay, so this is more important work here too. Give up the illusion of being in control of your life. Because it's just an illusion. Give up the illusion of being in control of your life. When things are going smoothly, it's easy to feel as if you're in charge, but the more you perceive yourself as your own master, the more comfortable you become in this role, and the harder you will end up falling. I want you to enjoy times of smooth sailing and to be thankful for them, but don't become addicted to this sense of mastery over your life, and don't consider it the norm. Look, there will always be storms in your life. Storms will come and uncertainties will loom on the horizon. But if you cling to control and feel entitled to having things go your way, you're likely to sink when the difficulties come. Okay? If you cling to control, you're going to sink when the difficulties come. I am training you to trust in me at all times. for I am your refuge as well. Okay. So I got compassion, I got empathy. Also, I'm trusting you to trust in me, training you to trust in me at all times because I'm also your refuge. Okay? Look at this. Look at this right there. See? I'm your refuge. I got you. You're okay. You can breathe. You can do this. Okay? I'm training you to trust in me at all times. I'm also your refuge. I use adversity to set you free from the illusion of being in control, don't I? When you come up against adversity, you don't have control over that, don't you? Right? So I use adversity to set you free. I set you free from the illusion of being in control. So when you lose control, you realize, oh, I'm not in control here. Something else is. That frees you. When you realize you're not in control, that frees you. Okay? When your circumstances in your future are full of uncertainties, like right now, that's when you need to look to me. All right? Your circumstances and your future are full of what? Uncertainties. So if that's the case, you better look to the one thing that's certain, which is me. So find your security in knowing me. Now you've got a relationship with me now. We've built up some trust here. You actually getting to know me now. And you're really finding security in that. That's where your security comes from, is in knowing me. So the more you get to know me and the more you trust me, the more secure you'll end up feeling. That's what this whole process is doing right now. I'm trying to soothe your nerves. I know you're rattled. Okay? So, find your security in knowing me. Okay? Knowing about what I did, what I do, who I am, and that I love you. Okay? So, it's not just about all these things of obeying these rules and sin and properly confessing them or whatever. It's also just getting to know me. I'm just a guy like you. I got feelings just like you. Where'd you think you got yours from? Okay? And when you get to know me and you hear the sincerity in my voice, you find the security in that. You find your security in knowing me, the master who is sovereign over the storms of your life, over everything. So living in close communication with me can be a foretaste of heaven. It is wonderful, but it requires a level of spiritual and mental concentration that is extremely challenging. It's hard to have one foot in one world and one foot in the physical and one in the spiritual. Okay? It's hard to do. It is wonderful when you do it, but it requires a level of spiritual, which we're doing, and mental concentration that is extremely challenging, isn't it? You guys have found that this stuff can get challenging. David wrote that he had set me always before him. So, as a shepherd, he had plenty of time to seek my face and enjoy my presence. He discovered the beauty of days lived with me that were always before him and beside him. What? Did I miss something here? Okay. Extremely challenging. David wrote about okay, yeah, now I see what I put there. Okay, so David wrote about this way of living, okay? What I'm teaching you here to in knowing me and getting to know me. He knows me well. So when he tells you he wrote about this wonderful way of living and declared that he had set me always before him. So I'm always thinking about you. I'm always putting you before me. I have what they call consideration for others, which has been lost a lot in this society. And I set you always before me. Okay. As a shepherd, he had plenty of time to seek my face and enjoy my presence. He discovered the beauty of days that were when they're lived with me, always before him and beside him. So just like David, I am training you to live this way, to know me. He was a shepherd. I'm a shepherd. Hey, you know what? We got something in common. We can talk. See, all of us have, every single one of you, I got something in common with you. We can talk. I can relate to you no matter what it is. Okay? And he discovered that there was beauty in those days that were lived with me. Okay? And I'm training you to live that way too. It's an endeavor that requires persistent effort and determination. So rather than detracting from what you're doing, your closeness to me will fill your activities with vibrant life. Have your days been a little more vibrant lately now that you've trusted me and you figured this out and you're here with me right now? And rather than detracting from what you're doing, your closeness to me right now at this moment, it will fill all your activities in the future with vibrant life now. So whatever you do it for me, with me, through me, even in me. Even the menial tasks now glow with the joy of my presence. So every little single thing you're doing now, you're doing it with me, and you got joy knowing that I'm right there doing it with you too. It should bring joy to you. Other people don't like it, they fear it, or they hate it. But it's whatever you do it for me, do it with me, through me, and in me. Even your menial tasks now will glow with the joy of my presence when you do them for me. Ultimately, nothing in all creation will ever be able to separate you from me. So, this delightful you and I together adventure, you and me together on this adventure here, can continue throughout eternity now. Okay? So, you're caught up with me in the clouds. You're caught up. Here I am in the clouds, and you're caught up in the moment. You're caught up with this image of me in the clouds. You're caught up with me in the clouds. We met in the air over cyberspace here, going live streaming, okay? And now that you're raptured, you and I together on our You and I Together adventure get to continue this now throughout eternity. Pretty cool, huh? Pretty badass, I would say. You guys are so blessed and so lucky. And I love you so much. I think that was the closer. Yeah, because the next lesson is going to be, we're going to do the next lesson on something different. So, I think that wraps it up for tonight. What was some of the things we want to go back and check? The satellite, real quick. You guys hung out that long. You guys are gluttons for punishment, man. All right, we'll come back over here to Space Weather. I guess when you make education fun, people will hang around for a minute to learn more. I want to take a peek a little bit more at the 9th here. Did we get some more data? And then also, I'm going to pull up the other chart, see if we got anything else real quick, just to touch base before I wrap stuff up here. Can we have the right one, Lord, please? All right, there it goes. This is our, the 9th. We had 22 frames, so I think we got a few more frames updated there. That's not what I wanted, though. Get that out of there. I wanted this instead. All right. Well, oh, I can't wait to have a computer that actually reacts when you click on it, and I can, have a show with a real studio and a camera. And when I click on something, it would actually work. All right, I want to pick up Solar Ham real quick and just make sure that we're not having any kind of crazy events at the very, very moment here. Oh, dear Lord. X 2.2 as we speak. I knew it. All right, so let's just start a whole new show. Everybody go to the bathroom, grab some popcorn. I will be right back. You're looking at X 2.2. We're going to do overtime now. I have to go get something to drink and take care of the cat. We're going to continue to monitor this because we are now currently in the middle of an X flare. We are X 2.2 right now and climbing. So this will refresh here in just a minute while I go take care of a few things. I suggest maybe if you need to go take care of a few things, we all meet back here in about 3 or 4 minutes. Okay, give me a minute to get drinks, go to the bathroom, feed the cat, and regroup for round 2 here. All right, I'll be back in about 3 or 4 minutes here. Watch your chart or do whatever you do. We'll be back. Kitty, 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 cat. Oh my gosh. X flare potential 60%. Yeah, I'd say it's 100% right about now. Oh dang! I was just about to wrap up the show. Lord, I know. Always above and beyond. Okay, hang in there, you guys. I'll be right back. I gotta regroup here. Say another prayer for you guys. And take care of the cat. I'll be right back. I'm back. For those of you who are remaining still, my cat thanks you for your patience. Okay, so looks like it's dropped here to X1 2.1 now, but as we return here, you can see our D-layer absorption map has already taken probably R3 radial blackout right here in Africa, Europe, everywhere there. Let me take out some of these other instrumentation. I'll leave that and that and that. Hang on, I was running, so I got to catch my breath here. So X flare potential 60%, make that 100 right now. So X 2.1 currently, it maxed out there at 2.2. We saw there. So it's going to continue updating here as this proceeds. And I got a couple other things to cover here too in the meantime. So we'll bounce back and forth and continue to monitor this while I pull up something else to you for you guys. And we're going to talk about the core of the Earth here. And let's see if I can find this little video here. Please, Lord, can we get Earth's core? And I want to pull up just like a little example here. Where was the one video I had that was really good? No. I used to have it thumbnailed. I think it's this one. No. Where was that one? Lord, I want the one with the magnetic field. That's what Earth's magnetic field. Oop. There we go. Where was this one video? It had a good cutaway that I like to use as a example here. Nope, that's not it. Bear with me real quick. I want to try to find this one little video. It has a very good description of the core and the magnet. All right, you see the magnetic field lines. Well, darn it, where did that go? Yeah, all the good information, they take it down or hide it way down. So let's just go back to the other one and start with the core. And we'll start with this one video right down here. Come on. Help. Please, Lord. Can we scroll? Can you help the mouse? Hang on. I'm scrolling down for this video. At the meantime, we're going to play this little instructional. That's not it. Here, where's the, let's just pull this up. No, you can't.
Remember the P waves I told you about earlier? Well, these guys travel slower than they should while passing through the core. This shows that there must be some other billion years ago. Remember that number because towards the
Alright, hang on. I want this.
from the time our planet was formed.
Alright.
Roughly.
Dang it, without the words in there. I just want this one image right there. Okay. You can see the core of the Earth. All right. This other layer right here is the outer core or the shell. This spins inside the shell, and that spinning creates the magnetic field lines that come out and loop around our planet, and they loop back in to the core, to this dynamo. All right. So when anything hits the magnetic field, it gets directed to the poles that directed down to the core. Now, when the core grows and swells outward this way, this shell wants to expand outward, but it can't. I need a better, that is the weakest example. Where is my video? This will work. Please, Lord, can we just have the short, please? Jesus, can we play this? Oh, and it's a tiny little example, too. I wanted a bigger. All right. Really? So small. You can see the core here. This next boundary is the shell. Then you got magma on top of that. The magma wants to also heat and expand outward, but the shell is keeping it that outward expansioning from happening. So when it heats and expands, it can only expand back downward onto the core, which stops that core from spinning inside the shell. All right, that grinding effect right there emanates from the core shell boundary right there up through the magma, but then it hits the denser crust and slows down, and we get our lower frequencies. Those lower frequencies then emit from the earth, hit the ionosphere or the magnetic field, and bounce back down as echoes, and that's your Schumann resonance, is the hum of this little dynamo down inside the core of the earth. All right, so there's a very weak example. I wish I had a 3-dimensional display, my lab. Oh, the old good old days. Boop, boop, boop. Here, well, I really hate to use them as they're not worthy. Not worthy. And Michio Kaku, he's a scientist. Remember that. He's a man without any God. So a lot of his theories fall apart because, well, they're theories. He doesn't understand what's going on. Where did that go? I'm just going to kind of keep scrolling. See that little example right there? 3-dimensional example kind of helps. Are you telling me it's gone? Here's a good little example. Your core is a spheroid. The shell is hollow. Okay, it has a core inside floating. There's probably in this boundary between the core and the shell is a little layer, a little gap. Probably has some kind of liquid metal or something under a lot of pressure. And when this outer shell heats up and expands, it wants to expand outward, but it can't. There's so much magma and so much pressure pushing down on it that it can't expand outward. So it collapses and expands back down onto the core. So the core is expanding outward, but the shell is expanding inward. And there we get our grinding and the slowing of the dynamo, which is the weakening of the magnetic field. All right, and that's when you get your dips in the Schumann. Please, Lord, can we have another page? All right, it's taking a second. So I wanted to continue on that thread. We have our energy that emits back outward. Okay, so the core heats up, the shell heats up, they grind, pressure gets relieved via an earthquake, and this boundary, this thing loosens its grip. All right, and we go back to running smooth again. And if we could please have the Schumann resonance right there. Please, Jesus, please. Is there something else holding all this up? Is it that? Take that out of there if we have to. Oh, for the love of, please. For love's sake. It's a Russian site, so, and we're probably playing patty cake with the Russians right now. Yeah, we're inviting them over for dinner, and we're going to have a good old time. And anyways, I was trying to show you the Schumann there because that's an example of the hum down below. All right, this line, this 7.83 right there. All right. Also, do I dare that out of there. Let's get that out of there and try another one here. Whoa, 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 whoa. Breathe. Slow down. Pop this one open. I'm going to show you the Schumann resonance when this stuff happens, okay? I captured it one day and posted a video about it. The day the earth stood still. Is the title. And it's the second part right here, part 2. Let's go full screen there. Okay, so what we're looking at are these top 3 frames up here. Now, note how dark these frames are, okay? We're going kind of backwards in time. So this is the day before the event, the day of the event, and then the day after the event. All right, so what we got to do is kind of pull back a little bit there. All right, you see the grinding? So we were grinding along, boom, 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 had some weakness right there, hit the brakes, and then look how weak it gets. In fact, it had a power of 1 that day. Note there's no other lines, there's no green background. It got very, very weak that day. This was what I believe January 11th or something. Yeah. And it was the same day they pulled all the airplanes out of the air that day. They grounded all the flights in the northern hemisphere, and everybody's like, what is it, 9/11? We've never done this since 9/11. Why did they pull all the planes out of the air that day? Oh, it was a computer glitch. Yeah. Yeah, well, it's always a computer glitch, right? Yeah. Because that's the easiest excuse, right? Well, on the same day, our Schumann almost died. It went down to nothing. All right. Now, this is looking to me like almost we were spinning, ground down to a halt, and kind of started spinning the other way. This might be the day that the core reversed. Okay. The Chinese also detected, their scientists detected something down at the core level, and they said, something happened down there. We think the core reversed. And it happened to be on the very same day that this happened. Go figure. Kind of coincidental, don't you think? No, it's not coincidental. There's no coincidences at all. Everything is part of the grand design. You are looking at your Schumann, your magnetic field getting very, very weak right there. All right. And that was because of all the activity leading up to it prior. Here in this video, I show you this archive of the days leading up to it. You can't find this anymore. I can't find this frame anymore. I'm glad I made a video out of it and at least documented it. So that's the reason why I do a lot of these shows, is not only for you, but it's to document it also for the record for me. So when they steal my intellectual property, I'll have them. Okay. So very important day, January 11th. I think that was 2023. Yeah. And the day the Schumann really took a dive. All right. And no one said a peep about it. All right. And it was the day the airplanes in the northern hemisphere were taken down because radiation. All right. When you're flying up at high altitude, those planes are only meant for a normal dose of radiation. When your magnetic field's down and you're getting a full blast from the sun, you can't be up in the air. A lot of people got sick around that time too. So, little did you know, there's your Schumann right there on the January 11th with a power of 1. I mean, all it had to do was drop 1 more and it would be at 0. Very important what's going on in the sun. Has repercussions on the earth. We're having another X flare, a 2.2, probably coming our way. I already talked about all of this stuff coming our way. We're going to be absorbing all kinds of energy here in the next week. It's going to fuck up the core. Sorry, but it flies sometimes. I'm trying to get better at not cussing, but it's really going to do a number on the planet. Expect some volcanoes, expect some big earthquake or something. And I'm not trying to predict that stuff. I am saying, look what is staring you in the face and how this works and why I say get ready. We could experience some volcano, some, big blast, some violent volcano blast. It could be a new volcano that pops. If we don't get a good volcanic blast and reduce a lot of the pressure, we could see a very large earthquake somewhere on the planet. Okay. And our potential is still 60%. Still 60%. And we're currently in an X flare. That's why all that spiritual work is so important. Okay. And it's important that you understand how all this works. And the Schumann right here is showing us, hey, we're pumping along pretty good. See all the blue? You see all the blue and all the green in there? You see any blue? See any green? Pretty quiet. Anyways, we're going along pretty good right now. We had a little scraping event right there. That tells me the boundary at the core shell level is right there. They're right at the boundary. They're kissing. That was just a light little kiss right there between the two. Here they were getting down and French kissing or whatever, but here was just a little peck on the cheek right there. And that tells me that the core just scraped the inside of the shell a little bit, or vice versa. The shell scraped a little bit of the surface of the core. Same thing. And we got a little activity. Indication of pressure down below is building again. And if we're that easily influenced and already that close to scraping and grinding, and we still have all of this to come in, that's why I always say, a CME coming our way. Oh, Aurora photographers are excited. Everybody, we need an Earth-directed CME. No, we don't. That's like saying, yeah, I need a sledgehammer to the face. No, you don't. And a lot of people think, it enhances our magnetic field. Well, it does when it strikes because the magnetic field reacts to the strike. That's not enhancing it. That's just a reaction to a major blow. When this translates down to the core and squeezes on the dynamo and shuts it down, do you think that's strengthening our magnetic field? Tell me, do you really think that absorbing a CME, causing the core dynamo to shut down and the magnetic field to drop, you think that's good for an inbound CME? If that's their theorizing or their scientific method, you guys are in a lot of trouble listening to those guys. You're in deep trouble listening to those guys. It's better that you understand yourself the process and you be the judge of what you see on these charts. And you guys are pretty good judges here. You've been paying attention. This class has been very well, you guys are very attentive and grasping these concepts. What good is telling you about something when you don't grasp the concept? There are always some concept that needs to be grasped about something. It's not just a bunch of data. No, it leads to something, some result. There's some cause or there's some effect. So what causes the cause? What are the effects? We look for effects to find out what causes are. Well, sometimes we get it wrong And we have to be open-minded into new ways of thinking to figure out the right way. And our schools taught you a bunch of stuff that was wrong, straight up wrong, and they continue to this day. Poor Ben over at Suspicious Observers got sucked into the black hole. All right, and he got sucked into the black hole because they're theorizing and postulating what happens when you go through a black hole. Well, first of all, you must understand that the term black hole is deceptive. It's not a hole in the space-time fabric of space-time continuum bullshit on Star Trek. The real definition of a black hole is a super dense spheroid, a core. It's where'd my example go? It's the core of a star. Imagine how dense our Earth's core is. Imagine how dense the core of a star would be. All right? So it's a super dense spheroid. You cannot travel through a super dense spheroid. I don't care if you're going the speed of light and you're a titanium bullet, you cannot go through a black hole that is super dense lead that's been squeezed down to the molecular level. So first of all, you need to understand what a black hole really is before you can start theorizing and postulating and doing all this and pretending like you're this scholarly fucking dude out of Harvard or whatever. Not talking about Ben, some of these other astrophysicists that ignore all the basic rules and postulate and do all these it's this, it's that, like your Michio Kaku guys, your who's the black guy, the astound physicist? He's always telling you this and that. These guys don't know what they're talking about. And then when you show them the truth, an object interacting with the sun that, there's no other objects in our solar system. That's impossible. There couldn't be objects orbiting the sun. Well, Neil deGrasse, we're on one. Explain that. You're on a celestial body that's orbiting a star, and you think that it's impossible for any others to do that same thing. Yet we have other examples in our own solar system. The denial in the scientific community, they're purposely trying to blind you, guide you, lead you astray. I'm over here, the shepherd, trying to corral you and tell you, this is how it works. Look at the chart. You be the judge. You guys here at this audience have a world-class education. You outsmart Michio Kaku, Neil deGrasse, all these other astrophysicists that, I don't know. I don't want to go into too much. I sound like I'm complaining. The point I'm trying to make ultimately is that you guys grasp the concepts. Don't just postulate and think, this guy said that, or I gotta take his word on it or whatever. You don't have to take my word on it either. Go do some research and find out for yourself. Go look at these instruments. Okay? What I tell you here is very simple and basic stuff. It's not really all that complex. Everybody's trying to make it more than it is, make it more complex. We got to figure out dark matter. Well, how are you going to figure out dark matter when you don't even know what a black hole is, or you won't apply it properly? You might as well eliminate the term black hole. Call it a death sphere, okay? A death sphere, because it kills and eats everything that it encounters. It's a sphere of death, destruction. It eats. It's a vampire. It just eats. The more it eats, the more mass it gains, and it gets bigger. The bigger it gets, the bigger its gravitational field gets. So it just keeps consuming and growing bigger and bigger. It collects more matter, becoming stronger, denser. Okay? It's not going to reignite. It's not going to start burning again or anything like that. It is in a phase now where all the neutrons or all the protons and electrons have gotten squeezed out, and all it does is add more mass to it. It's what I call a condensate. Much like water condensates on a particle, it adheres to it and then keeps collecting more and getting bigger. Well, that's what a black hole is. It's so dense that it sucks in more material and grows bigger. The bigger it gets, the more it can suck in. All right. It just keeps growing in size, destroying everything in its growing gravitational field. It's not a tear or a hole that you can like travel a spaceship through. It's solid. A black hole is not a hole. It's more solid than the core of our Earth. So you cannot pass through it. And people that postulate and talk about all that stuff, don't listen to them. Tell them to go take an astrophysics class or to come over here or something. And they're all wondering, well, how come this is happening? We thought that, this coronal hole's facing us. We're going to get a blast. And it doesn't. Oh, we're supposed to get a blast, or we're not supposed to get a blast. And all of a sudden we get one. It's a stealth CME. Yeah. It's you not being able to admit you don't understand how it works. That's what it is. So, currently going through this X flare, we're dropping to M7.9. We're out of the X range now, so we can kind of breathe easy a little bit. It's coming back down. Hopefully this one doesn't follow with a whole shitload of M flares before it finishes. Okay, sorry for the French tonight. I am exhausted physically, emotionally, spiritually spent. I get loopy sometimes when I've been pushed to the limits and I keep going further without any rest or food. So forgive me if I slip a few cuss words. I'm trying to stop that. I used to be really good at not cussing, and lately things have really irritated me, and every once in a while one flies. So forgive me. That's what forgiveness is for. So lots of energy that's going to be coming in here in the next. Well, this will be 3 days from now. This will be in the next 2 days. All right. So, and all this will be tomorrow. So let me pull back out of the Zoom here now that we're kind of aware of that. So what was I going to say? Oh, our geomagnetic stormage here going on to the 9th right here. I think we're already going to start experiencing some impact here. So anyways, look at this. Remember it said G2 and now it's up to G3. Aha. They updated too. Okay. We're all starting to agree here that there's a lot of energy coming and that on May 11th now we're going to get a serious impact. They're predicting a G3 is probably going to be a lot bigger. All right. I pray I'm wrong. Hopefully it's smaller instead. But you look at this page, there's a lot of red on that page and a lot of yellow up here on the map. I've never seen so much activity all squeezed this much in such a short time. All because of these two bad boys right here. Okay, let's go take a peek at them too while we're kind of limping around here. There's our complex right there. Multiple configurations, plus, minus, minus, plus, plus, minus. So many different ways it can connect and to spark off another flare. And its positioning. Here's the hemisphere of the sun. We're not on the equatorial plane. We're just a little south of the sun's equatorial plane. We're kind of right in line with this region. We're right here. It just passed the direct strike zone. But when we look at an Enlil spiral, these spirals spiral back, right? So whatever's straight on is not really coming straight at us. The light from it is, but the energy actually comes out, curves in an arc. So we're really getting energy from this part of the sun. It's coming out in the arc and hitting our Earth. So when it comes back, here's our strike zone. Right in this zone right here is where we're magnetically connected. This thing's going right for that strike zone. And when it hooks up with our IMF line, let me back out of this. Come here. Right there. Thank you. These black and white IMF lines, okay, they don't go straight. The sun's spinning. The radiation that's coming out travels in an arc, kind of a spiral shape arc like that. So whatever's coming out right there arcs back and hits us. So that thing is going to be rotating to this angle, this side of the sun, and it could line up with our IMF line. All right, so there's your IMF line, the black and white line. We're magnetically connected over here to this quadrant, not straight onto the face of the sun. So when we see this back here, oops, and its positioning, day after tomorrow, it'll be right here, right where our IMF line is. And if we magnetically connect to this, might trigger something. Okay. So very, very volatile, very dangerous sunspot, currently spitting out at X flare right now, or down to M class now, but if I could scream up and down or jump up and down and scream expletives to put the sense of urgency in there for you, I would, but I'm trying to remain calm about all this. You guys take this seriously. I mean, you can't help but take it seriously. It's happening. It's showing up on the map. We had that X4.5. That was a big one the other day. Here we are going bigger than a 1.0. We're at a 2.2. Here's a pretty healthy X flare right there. I doubt if there's any imagery of it yet, but let's go give it a shot, shall we? It's time. Okay. Denied. We still got 26 frames. All right, so this is already going into the into the 9th, where we had our X flare. It doesn't appear to be on here yet, but we have this bright spire right here. Okay, so it could possibly be a bigger object that's coming out of this region that caused our latest X flare. It could be coming out of any one of these regions here, but what I'm trying to point out here is we still have opportunities. See what I'm saying? And what was that earlier? Yeah, I want to capture this frame again over here. Just a minute. All right, right there. Is that the one? I think it's the next one. Yeah, there it is. Okay. Hopefully you can see this. Back here. Plasma coming out, hitting a round sphere, right? There's the top backside of the sphere right there. Sorry, I can't draw a perfect circle. I got a shattered shoulder, but right there, plasma reaching out, hitting it, flying over the top of it. Come here, please. take this one, this again, please. And okay, there it is, up close and personal. You see this stuff hitting it, splashing and splashing, going over it. We're talking about a spheroid that's so dense that it doesn't reflect light. Light cannot escape from it. Therefore, it doesn't reflect light. When something doesn't reflect light, you can't see it. All right. So, much like an invisible table, you throw a tablecloth over a table, you can see the lines, the edges, the corners. It paints the contour of the rectangle, showing you that it's a table, right? Well, much like that, we threw a tablecloth of plasma over a black hole that's absorbing light. You can't see the black hole unless it interacts with some plasma. Then the plasma will drape over it and paint the target. Okay. This big black spheroid right here is much bigger than our sun. Our sun is a little white circle in the center. Well, you know what I'm talking about. There's on the red version, there's a little white circle in there. That's the size of the sun. This is the size of the occulter on the camera. So our sun's like that size right there compared to this. And here's a similar object caught right here. Probably not the same one. Looks a little smaller in size or whatever. But they interact with the sun. Okay. I dare NASA to explain this CME. Michu, Kaku, Neil deGrasse. Come on, you guys. $1 million challenge. What's this object right here causing this? Because there's something causing this. This plasma is not just doing this weird shape randomly on its own. It's blatantly obvious what's going on. Yet there is no recognition, no confession, nothing but a bunch of BS out of a bunch of professors that profess to know. Yeah. You guys are the ones that really know. You guys are the ones that really know. You really know. There's no second guessing. You guys know for sure. So, G3, May 11th. Everybody hold on. We're building up to a big event. Okay, and if we continue to get more X flares and stuff, it's just going to keep building more and more pressure. It's just going to be a bigger event. Look at all these sunspots. I mean, look at all these events, these flares. I've never seen so many on the chart before. And look how much X flares. It's like one, maybe 2 times a year do we see an X flare on this chart. Here we have 4 of them in one day. Think something's wrong? Something changed? Something different here? Yeah. All of them within this, well, within that time frame. It's a little over 24 hours, but we could say in less than 48 hours, all of this has happened. Amazing stuff. Actually, some of these first ones right here are in this zone. So, well, 48 hours, yeah, basically. In the last 48 hours, all of that stuff right there. And when we absorb all of this, because most of it's coming our way, it all came out of 64 and 63. So all of that energy going to make for a lot of spikes here on the KP here pretty soon. And then when that absorbs at the poles, it's going to go down to the core. Core is going to swell. And we are going to see pressure build in, we'll see a jump in magnitude of earthquakes. We will see a jump in height of explosions out of volcanoes. We will probably see some new volcanoes come online. We will see probably some new diverse earthquakes ones that aren't like, we'll see our regular activity on plate boundaries and fulcrum points and stuff like that, but we might see, well, out of some of these new new weak points that we've discovered over the past couple months. Say, for instance, that little spot by New York, that little weak spot right there that's still a pinhole in the skin of the balloon. It's still a weak spot. What happens if pressure all of a sudden decides to release in that area? You got to think about all our little weak spots here. Let's go take a little peek around the world real quick on the earthquake map. You guys got nothing better to do. Okay, so we were seeing weak spots here. Remember off in New York right there? Mainly over in this region, though. Here's a new weak spot that we could possibly see a big quake out of. Okay, that region right there. We had this spot right here where we had a big quake. Sorry. Right off of this island. Remember the big quake in this series of, well, the quake swarm that we had there. Oh, dude, what about this weak spot? Remember Taiwan? Remember how they had a big quake and a bunch of quake swarm there? Help me, Lord. What were a couple of the other new spots that we had found that we were looking at for energy? Definitely that one. Where's the other big quake, Lord? Or just any new spot that's opened up, that used to not be active, could possibly be our new weak spot. Let's go through here real quick. This area where we see that patch of heat on the water anomaly, we could possibly see a big quake out of the Japan area. Fulcrum points, any fulcrum point is always susceptible. But I'm trying to really focus here and help narrow this down where this is going to happen. Where is this next one going to happen, Lord? I'm just kind of seeing if I get a little inkling or... Can't really pick it out right now, but it's probably going to be one of these new little spots that, like, for instance, I hope it's not there, but who knows? The way things are going, I could see it being that spot right there, but, little places like this, that's Kansas, that's not it. Oh, remember we had these quakes down in this region, down in there? Okay. Where, help me, Lord, I can't think right now. Yes, you're right, Lord. I should have taken that nap earlier when I had the chance. All right, well, definitely watch this area, okay, because we have our relief valve here at Java, and we occasionally see quakes off this line here. Been very quiet through this region, so pressure, being released will often be in a region that's very quiet as well. So watch this whole area here. The pressure hasn't come yet. All right, so I'm just kind of looking around at weak spots. I might have to go back through my own videos and stuff and look at weak spots that we pointed out, and maybe something will jump out. But once all this, whoops, back here. Once all this starts to make its way to the core heat swells, that pressure transfers back up through the magma. We're going to see some results. What? Static discharge? Oh, yeah, we might have like a static discharge. The planet's much like a battery. Okay, so if you overcharge a battery and it can't hold, you put too much in there, it will emit that energy out. It will emit a spark. So we're absorbing so much energy that our planet is actually emitting gamma rays. Okay, did you guys know this? That our battery is so overcharged that we're emitting gamma rays. We're emitting rays like the sun. Our planet is so overcharged that we're emitting gamma rays. If we get too much, we could build up the propensity to see lightning coming out of the ground and discharging up into the air. That's how charged the ground below you can get. All right. So I pray that this doesn't happen, but we're pushing the levels now that we could possibly start seeing an effect where the planet itself is so overcharged that it starts to emit sparks or emit extra energy in the form of gamma rays, already increasing to stronger than a gamma ray to the point of plasma, which is lightning. Okay, so we could see a static discharge come out of the earth, like a giant lightning bolt spit out of the earth, connect to another celestial body, or connect to the moon, or just jump up out of the ground and connect to your head, and you might get struck by lightning from the ground. Sound weird? But we take on too much energy. This planet, this capacitor, if you understand electronics, the planet is much like a capacitor, which is a battery. We take on charge, and if we don't alleviate or distribute that charge, it builds up. I want to tell you something else. This black hole right here, whoops, so depleted of energy, it's like super depleted. Okay, imagine if you took a battery, your regular copper top battery, your Duracell battery. It's made with copper wire wrapped around inside. You take out every last electron out of that battery. You drain it to absolute zero. Okay, there is no energy left in that battery, and then you drain it some more. Well, that's physically impossible. How could you drain it if it's already zero? Well, it's not impossible. When you take more energy out of something that's already drained, it changes phase. It changes into a new element. Okay, so your copper wire is no longer copper. It's a new element because you've changed the phase of it. You've taken out every last little drop of electricity, and then you took some more out, which took it out of the atoms, which changed the structure of the molecule and changed the phase from metal into another phase that's super depleted, and it's hungry for electrons. It's super depleted. It's in the minus category. It wants to get back to just zero, right? And become metal again. But it's in a phase that's a different element. So it's super depleted. It's roaming around looking for any kind of electron. It comes upon the sun, which is just spewing all kinds of energy and electrons, right? So it's looking for them. It comes to the sun spews them out, it absorbs them, okay? But it's still not enough to like make it glow. All right, it's not going to change its phase. The thing is so big and so massive, and it's taken on so much matter. It's never going to come out of this phase. It's just going to take everything that it sucks into it and turn it into this matter, into this phase, into dark matter. It's matter that does not reflect light because it's so dense. It's dark. It doesn't reflect light. It's dark. It's matter that doesn't reflect light. It's dark matter. And for all these people that say, oh, dark matter doesn't exist, it's that, it's this. Dude, it's fucking right in front of your face. Right there. That's dark matter. It's pretty simple stuff. It's just everybody living in denial because the truth is so ugly that you might just want to go back to living in Disneyland and go travel on the Starship Enterprise and go through wormholes and black holes at the speed of light. Okay? No wonder why nothing makes sense to these guys. Because they don't understand how it works. It's frustrating as hell. Anyways, that bad boy's in the neighborhood. And he's causing havoc. Wreaking havoc on our sun. Can you tell? Good. Now that you can tell, a lot of this activity is because of, well, shit like this. Okay? Other stellar bodies out there in the universe. Yeah, imagine that there's other bodies out in the universe besides us. Our entitled little scientists, we're the only living thing in the universe. It's like saying there's only one fish in all of the oceans of the world. Every ocean, every river, every lake, there's only one fish on the whole planet. Doesn't that sound asinine? But, hey, you're born and bred to believe that stuff. You probably think you came from a monkey, too. You think evolution. Huh? They'll never see. They don't want to see. That's why they'll never see, because they don't want to. Yep, and just turn a blind eye to it. Stick your head in the sand like a fucking camel does. Yeah, there we go. Stick your head in the sand and pretend it'll go away. Now, I got solutions for this stuff. I could really help you people. I could help with all this, too. It's your iniquity that's causing it all. It's kind of weird how they say, oh, global warming is man-made. No, it's not. Global warming's from the sun. But the sun's reacting because of your iniquity, so maybe it is man-made, but via a different route. Capiche? Comprende? Understand? Maybe if we weren't going to war and killing each other and killing a bunch of babies and stuff, maybe the spiritual realm would take it easy on our sun. But, no, we're headlong going into destruction because nobody wants to listen. They'd rather postulate and argue over the capitals or the color of the lettering instead of grasping the concept of the message. Oh, my children die for lack of knowledge. Not you guys. You will have plenty of knowledge. You will understand. You will grasp concepts and realize that's what it's about. It's not just hearing a bunch of words rattling off. It's actually grasping the concept, understanding it, so you can apply it. It's called applied physics. It's not just learning a bunch of book smart mumbo jumbo terminology and then throwing it around like you're some hotshot. No, it's about grasping the concept and then applying said concept. What good is learning when it's not applied or absorbed or grasped? You might as well just be. I'm not going to say that on air. Anyway, back to business. We're doing a little all three at once now. We're in overtime. So, yeah, there's your core. Your dynamo getting pretty weak the day the Earth stood still. That's the name of a movie, but I kind of used that title for, well, kind of the day the Earth, the core kind of stopped. The core stood still. And I would have said the day the core stood still, but nobody understands what that means. Except for a few, like you. Where are we going now, Lord? What? Back up. Oh, that one? Okay. Yes. Okay, if you haven't seen this one before, let's get into it. This is what appears to be an alien woman laying on her back, and she's in labor. And here's her midwife. It's some character out of the Rugrats. Don't ask me why. I just take the images. All right. But if you look here, you can see that this is similar to the creature in our Revelation 12, the baby, when the baby was born. Remember the image I showed you of the baby being born there? Why is this not letting me zoom in? Oh, because it's a GIF. That's right. All right. Well, as you can see here, let me just try to position this a tad bit better there. Okay. Here's our like ET phone home type weird looking entity. The eyes and the mouth right here. And every time the baby moves or she's in labor, her eyes open up and her mouth opens up and she screams, ah, ah, ah. And here's the midwife, breathe, breathe. All right. And that's your Revelation 12 baby. It symbolizes that, and it also symbolizes the labor pains that we're going through right now. This is the labor pains the Earth is going through. When you see this, you see labor pains. When we see the tornadoes and all the devastation, you're looking at the labor pains. All right. So, whoops. And when you see this, even though it's cartoonish or whatever, it's the message. It's the concept. Do you see the concept? Screw the lettering and the imagery. Do you see the concept? Do you grasp the concept? Okay. There's that one. And then, are you not going to? Here, and much like I'm doing to you guys, this audience, I gotta manually, physically lift your eyelids open and physically show you the spiritual realm so you won't miss out on it. See, this guy was unaware, and Jerry the Mouse up here, whatever's lifting his eyelids open and forcing him to see. Because pretty soon you're going to have no choice but to see it. This guy will be so covered with it, you will be too scared to go outside. Not you guys, but most people will freak out when they see this activity in their clouds. And they grasp the concept that, what am I looking at here? Well, you will already have a head start on them. You will be prepared. I'm giving you the tools of how to deal with this stuff when you see it. It's getting very familiar to you when you see it already here. So when you see it in real life, It won't scare you. You'll feel blessed instead. What else, Lord? Oh, I'll try something here. I want to refresh and see if we can get any more frames out of this thing. Yeah, we're stuck at 26 frames. I think there's probably more frames available, but they're not putting them up yet because it's the X flare. It's the X2.2 probably coming out of this region, maybe. That's where we saw our bigger object earlier. Remember this one, black one over here? So it could be coming in that vicinity. Who knows? These things kind of approach the sun, or the sun's approaching them. There's a magnetic attraction at first, but then once you get too close, they repulse each other. So they don't come right up and hit the sun. They come up to a certain boundary and then react to that boundary and skip, like a rock skipping off water. They ricochet off at a different angle. So not always are they coming in at a certain trajectory and maintaining that trajectory. Sometimes they seem to bounce off, or the other way around. As we're going past the bigger thing, we're bouncing off of its magnetic field. Either way, that seems to be the effect that we're seeing here. Okay, big time activity coming our way. This map is really, that needs to be refreshed. Yeah, that's what needed to be refreshed. See, we're coming down. We're down to M3.3 there. The glow is dimming here, but I might wrap it up here in a few. But a lot of energy. Excuse me, still to come on its way. It will be absorbed by the planet. It will transfer down to the core. Pressure will rise. It will have to come out some way, either through earthquakes, volcanoes, static discharge. I've seen some video out there of a mountaintop spitting lightning, and it wasn't a volcanic blast. It wasn't like there was ash coming out causing the lightning. The mountain itself seemed to spit lightning up into the air that spread out in a big umbrella type fashion. Okay. I used to have the link to that too, and that's gone. But don't be surprised if we see something to that effect. If we don't see a big blast, or a lot of earthquake activity, a lot of moderate earthquake activity, like a ton of fives would help relieve that pressure instead of 9.5. All right. We want to see a lot of earthquake activity, but in mid-range fives. We want it to disperse medium strength over a longer period of time instead of one big snap. Okay. So everybody pray for earthquake activity to increase. What? Yes, sounds weird, but pray for the earthquake activity to increase because that relieves the pressure. Pray for volcanoes to keep having big blasts. What? Well, if we don't, it's going to build up and we're going to have a catastrophic blast. One that would darken the world. It would, all these little 54 volcanoes going off simultaneously would pale in comparison to the one big blast. All right. So we got to have regular venting of pressure. Okay. We need to have, all of this needs to come to an end. If we don't have, an abrupt end to all this energy, if this continues, we're going to have to face some issues here soon. So pray for this activity to die down so our planet can recover. We already have too much going on and all this still to come. All right. So it's important that you guys don't get scared, but understand how this works. Brace for impact. You can go over and listen to other people's theories and stuff, but watch your results. See what happens here, okay? And if I'm wrong, I'm I'm more than happy to admit I'm wrong. Okay? I work my steps. I know, hey, whoops, I made a mistake. I'm not trying to lead you guys astray. I'm trying to give you the dirt here, the lowdown that the media won't, that some of the other YouTubers don't, other channels don't quite grasp the concepts yet. So this is important work that we do. It's important you share this stuff too. Even if you don't share this video, show somebody the graph. Tell them how to get to this instrument. Tell them what it means. Every little sliver of information is always good. Okay, it doesn't have to be the whole thing all at once, but you could tell people, hey, did you know that the sun had a couple of solar flares and that solar flares could cause earthquake activity? Oh, no, I didn't know that. Yeah. I heard about that. I learned that, little hints like that. Hey, did you hear that these tornadoes coming through are going to be really nasty? You might want to pay attention to your weather or even evacuate the area. Because pretty soon we're going to have to start talking about evacuations. Not just, hey, I'm going to hunker down and ride her out. Nope. You're going to want to be out of that region. So, unfortunately, if we don't have some kind of relief of pressure equal to what we got coming in, distributed kind of evenly like this has been over the course of time, not a bunch of fives, they're not a bunch of X5s all across, a bunch of little M flares. Those can be absorbed and distributed. Oh, here comes the next flare, so that might build up some pressure. That'll take a little while to distribute that energy, but then, so the planet's barely keeping up with this pressure. Let's pray that we find a way to relieve this pressure in moderate doses over the course of time, and like I said, instead of one big pressure release. We might wrap it up because this thing's tapering off here. You guys are probably getting tired. I still have battles to go fight still, and maybe I'll get some sleep too. Yeah, I think that might be it right there. There's a line in the clouds for you. Actually, this one was better, I think. Yep, activity lying right there in the clouds. Looking down, watching. We got entities in the clouds that are, well, where'd it go? Controlling the weather. Whoops, where'd my weather go? Oh, I took it down. Remember the spheroid shape I showed you moving through your weather there? So watch for that effect as well, you guys. When you're watching your radars, let me pull this up one more time. Oh, wait, I can go back here. Go backwards to the shorts. One more. Oh. Let's play this one more time here. Please. There's a round spherical shape in the middle of all these storms. These storms are around a circular shape right here. There's something circular moving through the air, and these clouds are clinging to the sides of it and wrapping over it and going around the edges, forming the storms. So there is some circular magnetic maybe field. All right, hopefully you can see it right there. It was at the very tail end as it dissipated, so I tried to capture but it was right here. Let me even pause this when we get it right on it. Right here, and all the storms are reacting that are on this edge are all reacting on the edge of this thing. That tells me there's an edge here. There's something there. All the storms, it's no coincidence that it's empty in the middle and all these storms are scattered around the edge of it, and they're all reacting to the movement of this object. This thing is moving through the air, causing turbulence. The turbulence of this big object moving through the air stirs up these storms. All right, and that's not your typical radar beam effect that's shooting out, little blue and green rays. This is a round, circular, see-through shape, but it's moving. It maintains its structure and moves all the storms with it. The odds of that happening are zillions and quadrillions to one. There is a structure there. There's something there controlling your weather, moving the weather. And if you saw what I'm talking about, the next couple of days, or when you're looking at your weather apps, you're busy looking at the clouds and everything and stuff. Every once in a while, zoom back out and see if you see any kind of this activity. Because I've captured this, I've seen this activity many times before. I just never captured it. But here's an example right there. It faded pretty quick. But today, if I could find the archives of today's events, the 2 hours of radar before what I captured here, you can see this object for the whole 2 hours as it moves, and all the storms fire up around it and go around the front and collide with other storm up here, and the other ones drip off the backside. The weather is reacting to a round spherical shape. So there's something going on there. And I don't think it's our radar because it's not a radar beam. Okay? There's something else controlling your weather. There's something else controlling your weather. The sun. But there's something that's controlling the sun. So ultimately, even though the sun is causing the effects, the cause of what's happening to the sun, the effects that we see on the sun are from a cause. So cause and effect. This causes the effects on the sun. The effects on the sun cause effects on the earth. So ultimately, what's happening on the earth is a result of this. You guys grabbed that. You understood that. You finally grasped that concept. You're raptured. You are caught up with me in the clouds. This is me in the clouds, and you're caught up in this stuff. You're meeting me in the air of cyberspace, live streaming on YouTube. Imagine that, huh? That sounds impossible. No, you guys can. Why can't I? See? You guys got all these weird ways of thinking. Oh, that was impossible. No, you guys can do it. Why can't I? You're meeting me in the air of cyberspace. You're caught up with me in the clouds. You now know. I have completed your faith. You now know. You have a new spirit inside of you, new vibrancy. You breathe rarefied air. You are a child of God. You really are. Unless you don't want it, then you could just not believe and throw it away. But if you want it, well, you better believe, because you are. Okay? And once you understand your position, you understand the power that you have now. You have the power of salvation yourself. You can salvage your own day. You can salvage somebody else's day. You are in the salvage business. When you get depressed and you get down, you get scared, whatever you're feeling, sometimes it's a healthy reminder to look at this, or just remind yourself, I am a child of God and I am in the salvage business. And that helps you pull up your bootstraps of depression, back up to an upright position to where you can continue to walk forward. Okay. And knowing that this happens in your sky now, when you see it, it won't freak you out. You'll know immediately to pray. Help me, God, accept what I can't control. You'll be able to accept it. You'll be able to keep a sound mind when everybody else is going to go, what? That's way beyond what I was. This is going to bend people's minds. It's hard for you to wrap your head around it still. So imagine the shock when it just happens blatantly right in broad daylight in front of the world to see. They're going to trip, right? Believers will know. Like, it's a spiritual realm, dummy. God, didn't you ever read a Bible? No, you didn't, because it wasn't offered up in class. Um, the form of religion made it so repulsive that nobody wanted to go Bible study or, go to church. That's all. Just do it, to look good. When it's all about being a spiritual person and overcoming your obstacles of fighting your own demons. Yeah. Okay, everything seems to be kind of wrapping up here. Besides, I got other stuff. I got other realms to be in. I have homework to do. I got prayers to answer. I got all kinds of great stuff. Yeah, I think we might just wrap it up there because this is tapering off here. Everybody learn to come over to this site and check it every once in a while throughout the course of a day just to make sure. It's also important to check the Schumann kind of once daily before you head out for the day. It's good to know if you have a magnetic field or not. Before you go out, like this summer, it's going to get really hot, right? We're going to have a lot of radiation. We're going to have a lot of days where there's grinding going on and a weak magnetic field. And you want to go outside in the sun, but you're going to be exposing your arms and your legs and stuff to radiation. So on some of these days when we have these weak magnetic field days and you still want to go outside, where you're going to have to wear long sleeves, long pants, get ready for like long sleeve t-shirts, white pants, white long sleeve shirts, something that's light in color that's going to keep the heat down, that breathes but still covers all your skin. Okay. So every once in a while, you're heading out. Oh, I'm going to be out in the sun all day working. Hopefully good. The field's nice and strong today. I can go out and be out all day in the sun, with my shirt off and some suntan lotion. But you come around and you're like, oops, that's not it. The day the Earth stood still, you go and you see the chart's all black and there's hardly a line there. If you saw this chart all black with barely a line there, like I just showed you, would you go out in the sun in a bikini in that? Think about it. In your Speedo, would you go out on the beach when this chart's all black with barely a line there? Maybe you start reconsidering checking this chart sometimes. Check your earthquakes. Every once in a while, you come over here, check the solar hail. Oh, great. We're having an X2.2. Somebody tell Brian or, post it on your own channel. There we go. There's one guy that wanted to argue with me. He's like, you don't know what you're talking about. I said, okay, that's fine. And I went over to his channel and I clicked on his, but there was nothing there. I mean, he doesn't even record, things in his own life or post anything. I'm like, dude, how can you come at me? You don't even have a channel. So, something you guys could even get into in the future is your own reporting. You come over here, you check out the chart, you know what's going on now. So, you could beat Ben Davidson or you could beat all these other guys with your knowledge and report like I do. I like Ben. Don't get me wrong. I love Ben. He's a good guy. And he's going to be so pleasantly surprised, huh? For those of you who know Ben over at Suspicious Observers, he's coming around to being a Christian, and he's still a scientist, and he deals with the same topics I do, doesn't he? But isn't he going to be pleasantly surprised when he finds out all those physics and all that stuff ultimately leads to this right here? And just like you should feel excited. There's an actual reward for all this. So you guys hang in there. You keep praying for each other. You keep working on yourself. Work your steps. Admit when you're wrong. It's only for your own mental health. It's not to impress anybody. It's just to keep your own mental health, your own side of the street, so you know in your own head, despite what anybody else thinks or sees or determines your actions or whatever, you know inside your own head that you made the effort, that you tried, that you found a way and helped other people. That's what it's all about. You find the way, you help other people, you find your own identity along the way, and you get to run into cool people. And I think that's it for tonight. Yeah, I got lots to do and try to get some sleep, a little power nap in there. So for right now, I love you all. I miss you all. And until my next show, I will be back. I told you I will be back. I'm already back, can't you tell? You should be able to tell by now. By now, you should be able to tell. I mean, after all the readings and after all the knowledge and stuff I've given you, you should be able to tell. And the more you trust me, the more you'll be rewarded. Okay? I love you all. I miss you all. Until my next show, I will be back. I'm already back, and I love you. Bye.